Coming to you live from my apartment, it's Rob Has a Podcast. And now here's the guy who's ready to talk about all of the moments from Survivor Winners at War. I am Rob Cesternino. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to number 7 on the all-time top 40 rankings. Tonight, we talk about the most recent season of Survivor Winners at War. You know the song. Winners at War, you better get ready. We got a great panel here tonight to talk about it because we brought in two of podcasting's biggest winners to help us unpack a season that has been more polarizing on the countdown than any other so far. First, a man who somehow has taken a break from all of the Big Brother 23 to watch Winners at War this week. Please welcome in our chief Big Brother correspondent here on Rob Is a Podcast, a man who kept up the legacy watch for season 40. It is Taran Armstrong. Taran, how are you?
I'm great, Rob. I was hungry for more, Rob. What can I say?
Mm-hmm.
I wanted more, and Winners at War gave it to me.
Yes. Okay. Taran, the question on everybody's mind: how did you fit in Winners at War this week?
Fast speeds.
Yes. Okay. Taran, great to have you back here on the countdown for the first time since Guatemala way back when. Actually on Cook Islands.
Yes,
also.
I did actually fill in with Cook Islands. Yes. But yes, we are back together since Guatemala.
Guatemala. Yes. Okay. Good to have you here. And we had both the winner of Cook Islands and Guatemala here in Winners at War. So you'll have particular expertise on Yule and Danny.
Yes. Two great winners.
All right. And of course, rounding out our panel of winners, our chief international Survivor correspondent and the woman who says Survivor Winners at War is the best season of all time.
Oh my gosh.
Here is Shannon Guss.
Hello. Hi. Thanks for having me. Now, Rob, I can't believe I'm on the panel with people who are busier than me at this time. So here's my pitch. I will give you my 1 fire token if we can keep this under 4 hours. Okay. Now, this is very valuable because early in the game, it'll get you an idol. Late in the game, it'll get you an 1/8 of a challenge disadvantage. So either way, you want this.
Yes. Okay. So the fire tokens become increasingly devalued as the game goes on.
Yeah. But you want it under 4 hours.
How much do I need for peanut butter, though?
That's 50 for some reason. I've decided. Okay. How about this?
Back in my day, they used to just give you the peanut butter.
Yeah.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
I have this coin. If we do safe, under 4 hours. Not safe. I have these 2 props. It's from Outcast.originals on Instagram. I've got these 2 props. Not safe, we do 7 hours. Safe, no more than 4. Is that okay?
Okay.
Can I flip the coin?
I think you need to use that as an alliance, and then tell me that you're going to flip the coin. If we don't do what you want, we're going to flip the coin.
Okay, thank you so much for validating that take. Still one of my favorite bits of analysis on the coin. So yeah, I'm actually not going to play it, but hopefully you guys will just work with me. You don't want to go 7 hours, do you? So you'll just work with me so that I don't have to flip the coin.
Okay. Well, I'm very excited to talk about Winners at War. It is the most recent season of Survivor. So I think that this is one that I feel like a lot of people may not need to do the rewatch to be able to enjoy our coverage here tonight. We're also planning on doing this a little bit differently than we've been doing a lot of the other seasons, where we had done more of a chronological rewatch or recap of these different seasons over most of these recaps. I think we're going to be talking about things from a little bit more of a big picture perspective and talking about the things that worked and the things that maybe did not work as well. And maybe some of the reasons why people love this season and also people feel like this season is way too high in the ranking. So hopefully a lively discussion tonight talking about Survivor Winners at War. Of course, we'll get to your feedback questions as well. And if we don't get to everything here tonight, we will continue this discussion on our patron feedback show when we're going to be speaking with Renee Chambliss and Nathalie A on Monday. So be on the lookout for that in our patron podcast feed, robinswebsite.com/patron patron for that, one of 4 patron podcast shows that we're doing a week here on Robin's Podcast. It'll actually be 5 because we'll do the number 6 season on Tuesday night. We are still in the hurry up, as I will be live on Tuesday, or I will be recording on Tuesday night. You'll hear it after the fact, with Chappelle and Jason Reed talking about Survivor David versus Goliath. Shannon, it's Nick Wilson week on the podcast.
Yeah, very exciting times. Definitely a highlight of Winners at War. Why do you do that? Why do you say it's Shannon's favorite season of all time and it's Nick Wilson week? You know that putting that in close proximity is going to get me a little bit of adding on social media.
So that I don't want to put you in a precarious position to open up the podcast, but is that not your thesis tonight, that Winners at War is the best season of all time? And I'm not sure if Taran also feels the same way.
Okay, look, I think the rankings are arbitrary and reductive. I think this is all kind of silly. And it's subjective. Is it the best season of all time? I can't say that. Like, I'm just one woman, but it's subjectively my favorite season at this point. I haven't rewatched a lot of the other high ones lately. Yeah, I mean, the season will always mean so much to me. Like, it was the realization of a fan dream I never thought would happen. I never thought we'd get all winners. It was so exciting. And like reading back my notes that I did for the podcast last year, it actually made me emotional because, you know, horrible time early last year for many, the pandemic and other things that were happening to me, like truly some of the worst months of my life. And I could just tell through my notes that this season was making me like so happy when I was so unhappy. And I will never not be grateful for that experience. Also, thought it held up on the rewatch. So yeah, I'm coming in here as a stan. Maybe I'll change a few minds and anger everyone else.
Okay. Taran, how about for you? I know that it was also important for you to be on this coverage of Survivor Winners at War.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like for me, this is a season that certainly awoke the inner sort of Survivor fan in me, getting to see so many people from the past that I admired watching when I was a kid, and really, I think to Shannon's point, fulfilling the this idea of like all of these winners are going to come together and compete, and they all have their own different ways that they won the game, and how are those different strategies and games going to interact with one another, and how will that work out? Just like, I mean, this could have played out in any way, and it would have been a top season for me because of just what it is. Just like the fact that it's all winners alone is what makes this a top tier season for me, and the fact that it was still very good and entertaining, in my opinion, means a lot.
Yeah.
I think
no, because I wrote in my notes for week 1. I said I actually wrote down, if the Edge winner doesn't win this, it'll be my favorite season of all time. So that's the bar. After the whole preseason and everything, and hearing they were going to be winners and drafting every winner based on how likely they were to be cast and win, that whole preseason experience, and then just the premiere, I was like, I don't see how this is not going to be top tier for me unless the Edge ruins it, which it didn't. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I think the thing for me that's most interesting about going back to Winners at War, because there was something that happened which none of us could have predicted at the time that it started, or even during its original airing, was that Winners at War was going to be the end of a Survivor era, perhaps, that Survivor was scheduled to continue to roll along. Obviously, because of the coronavirus, then we had a year of no Survivor production, and then we end up coming back with a Survivor season that is going to be on in the fall. But I think that because of how the world ultimately unfolded, that I think that Winners at War, I think we're looking at it in a different lens than we might have, because I think that in one way that, Jeff himself has said that we're looking at a new era of Survivor that's coming in. And of course, that we have also all of the ways the world changed around George Floyd and Black Lives Matters, where the diversity initiative also became a part of the future of Survivor. But I really feel like that Winners at War serves more as like the closing of a chapter or even a book of Survivor, and we are on the verge of something new that is going to start in the fall. And I don't think that it was necessarily looked at that way as much at the end of the original airing of Winners at War.
Yeah, it felt like a season finale, because it's not the series finale, obviously, but it felt like the season finale of one 20-year-long season of Survivor. And no one, season of the show recontextualized the history of the show as much as Winners at War did. And that's sort of like part of how I see it. And it gives me like goosebumps even just to think about it like this. But like, it really is, it's a closing of a chapter in Survivor history. And it puts, it caps off 20 years of the show in such a great way, in my opinion. But even if it wasn't a great way, it was still an end to something. And it feels that way when you go back and watch it. And it's been over a year now since we saw it. And there's been no Survivor. It really feels like 20 years of Survivor. Now here's the best and the brightest from those 20 years, maybe. And let's throw them all in there. And now we're starting fresh with something new. And I think that Survivor Winners at War is able to sort of soak up so much of that goodwill and, so much of what I loved of Survivor for those 20 years. Because it represents, in a way, it represents all of it in one season.
Yeah, it's a 14-episode love letter to the show that at this point I've dedicated my life to for some reason. So it's impossible for me not to love that. Like the edit, especially, like I love the edit, especially on the rewatch, and the way that they weave in those little nods for super fans. There's that extra stuff, even stuff maybe that was unintentional from the edit. We get stuff out of it. There are compilation videos on YouTube about like past references to the show now and in the season. And like, I feel like it was for us. It was for the people who like celebrate the culture of the show's legacy, like people who care about the fact that this has been on for 20 years and has a rich history and culture and family around it. And they paid so much like loving respect to that they would even care to bring up old relationships, and they showed flashbacks and even stuff outside of the show. They were like, this is beyond the show, and they didn't hide from that. And that's one of the things I love about it, because it really does feel like a celebration of Survivor as a franchise.
Going back and watching it now, Shannon, after all this time has passed, do you think that this season further as sort of like the end of this particular era of Survivor?
I do think so. Yeah, I think that, it's unfortunate that it happened that way, but it was anyway, I think, the end of an era. And especially with all those retirements, it kind of felt like, okay, we'll have some of the newer school winners pushing the next era and becoming the veterans. And there was like a really strong mentor apprentice theme, Nick and Tyson, and voting out, someone he's always looked up to, Wendell, Jeremy, Michelle, Parvati. And it felt like, okay, the old guard is standing down, and some of these new winners, someone like a Sophie, for example, they're going to like push ahead. And then the way we see Parvati come back as a mother, like maybe we'll see Sophie now come back as a mother. Like they're going to become the veterans of the next generation. And I do feel that, especially again, in the way that it was edited and portrayed, they're saying this is the new era, the new series, like more definitively than has ever been said before.
Yeah, it's something strange, because I think that a lot of people, especially when you're watching a lot of different seasons, especially when you're trying to rank seasons, you're looking at the season individually. You're looking at like, how unpredictable was it? How exciting was it? How were the characters? So on and so forth. But I think, just to get this out of the way, that's not really how I looked at this season. And that is personal to me, but I'm a complete like fantasy book nerd. I love reading long series, right? And it doesn't even have to be fancy. I just like long series that build
world building.
World building, especially characters that you live with for a while that change and evolve. Like live feeds. And so for me, there is something that no other season can touch that this season has, which is so much history attached to it. It's not just a group of strangers competing on a show, competing in a game, which is great. It's what I fell in love with in the first place. It's that plus all of this extra stuff. And everyone can have their own individual criticisms of the season, and I think that they're all valid, coming from whoever feels that way. But for me, it's all of that extra stuff that really just makes it work.
The thing for me with this is just that, like, looking back and seeing like where it ended, and to have it end on this note while it was on this like extended break, and really very few other like series that have been on television like had like this like extended hiatus where Big Brother didn't miss a year, none of the other reality shows didn't miss a year. None of the international seasons really took a year off. They had some
South
delays,
Africa
but not.
did. But it's
They
all
did.
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that imagine like had they stopped, like if the coronavirus had happened after season 38 or season 39.
Stop. The show would be canceled.
It would feel different. Like Survivor like did have like some very good fortune that, Shannon, at the time that we hit pause on Survivor, it was a very opportune time to step away.
Yeah, I do think that, they could close the book, as we've said, on what the show was. But like, I think for everyone watching, it is tied to COVID in every way. For me, watching it made me more thoughtful than I probably want to be. Australia's like in the worst place with COVID than we've been in a while. And I felt like upset because it brought back all those emotions.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt it was very same, but different, sitting here in the exact same place. And we got messages definitely that people, about how much it meant to people, because it was all they had to look forward to when we were like adjusting to this new normal. And I remember this episode after that, like the NBA was canceled, and I have the exact same memories of every episode is tied to like what my coverage was, what my life was like at the time, what weekly huge world event was changing week to week. So I do think that it's very monumental for a few reasons, that we even had it, and that it does usher in the new era or close the book. But also the fact that I totally understand why this is polarizing. I mean, it's a high stakes season, couldn't actually be high stakes. No one's expectations could have been any higher. For me, when it was delivering on that, again, it was a gift to me in a difficult time. For other people already going through it, if it was disappointing them or like adding to it or compounding it, like I can see how that, those feelings were even more extreme. So I definitely like respect all the opinions across the board. Like, this is my very positive experience with it. And I think it's all tied to us from like a pretty traumatic time, and our feelings get, woven into that.
Yeah. Taran, in this rewatch of it, how did the fact of like the time and the place that it aired impact you going back to this season?
It's not really something that I thought about on the rewatch as much, because it doesn't really, you certainly watched it at that time. But for me, when it was filming, it didn't exist in that time. And so there's not really any real reference to it. I think that, I don't know, for me, it's just not quite as attached to COVID and everything that was going on with the quarantine and all of that. For me, it was mostly just like remembering all of the notes that I was taking, and like, oh yeah, I remember writing that down because I was looking so into it. And that's probably because this was a great distraction for me at the time, right? Like something to put my head down and really just dive into. And sort of like focus on Survivor and just in experiencing this whole it's something that I'd really been dreaming of for a long time as a Survivor fan, as a Big Brother fan, as a social strategy game fan. The idea of taking winners and sticking them in a season was just so cool. So yeah, not a lot of attachment to the COVID situation for me, but it definitely served as a distraction.
One of the things that I think was certainly a downer on this season is when you get to the finale and we're reading the votes from Jeff's garage. We don't
Yeah.
get the live reunion.
That was a bit of a connection, yeah.
Yeah. And the audio is still so rough. Like
they hadn't learned how to do these Zoom shows anymore. Now everyone's doing it.
Yeah, like Jeff's garage, and people are on Zoom, and we had the reading of the votes on Zoom, and we had 10 seconds with Tony. Like, I feel like that's the part of the season that I think was most negatively affected by all of this, where imagine a season where we get the live reunion that we're expecting on to Shannon, if we had the entire cast back together, like it should have been, that would have been something that it bums me out that we never got that.
I would have liked like a special, but the thing is that then COVID went on too long to the point where we couldn't do that. If COVID was like over 2 months later, if we could have done a 1 hour special, getting them all back together to talk about it, but too much time passed. But for me,
for COVID being over 2 years later.
Yeah, that's it. But like to the point where like now you guys could do a reunion, but they're not going to do it now. But I don't know, for me, going through it with COVID enriched the experience as much as we missed the reunion. Because of how much it meant to me. And even like watching the loved ones visit this time, like it was like hard because I'm watching it at like 1.5 with my headphones in, and then Peter looks over at me and I'm just sobbing, for whatever 1.5 of 20 minutes is for this whole segment, because I remember how emotional that was in COVID, especially. I also always cry at the loved ones visit. I also love these people, like truly love them as humans, like seeing Jeremy with his family, seeing these loved ones come back. That's always going to make me emotional. And then like to come back now and feel, same place, same feelings. It was just a lot of emotions for me. And I think that the magnitude of it, the epicness of it for many, like for the people who love it, and the emotion of things like that hit so hard, especially during that time. So I think for many it improved it. But as I said, for others, it may have compounded some negative feelings.
I know we're going to talk about the things that worked and the things that didn't work. And at the time, I think I was, trying not to sound like a total jerk, but I think I was really in the camp of like, I can't believe we just spent half an episode on the loved ones visit, that we didn't even have a competition. We gave loved ones visits to the people on the edge of extinction.
Yay!
But I have to say that on the rewatch, I feel like that was like the first thing that I saw on the season that I was like really captivated, and I was really like moved emotionally by the loved ones visit on this rewatch, where we got to see, and really, Taran, it's different for this cast, that I feel like that every single person that's out there, like we got to like know like their family relationships, and some of these people we've seen, 3 times, 4 times, and like we know about their entire like family units.
Yeah, and some of them, we met them when they were very young, and they've developed that family over the course of, Survivor's history, and it means so much to know who these people are, and to like some of these people have even played Survivor, so it's really really cool to see, and it's one of those things where, like, I'm a strategy guy. One of the reasons why I love this season is, again, all winners, all their different strategies. That's awesome. But it's also about the story, and it's also about these characters. And for me, like, the strategy and the game part, I don't care if we're not spending time on it right now, because this is something that is so unique to this season that no other season could pull off. No other season could be this good. You could have a family visit like this, but it wouldn't hit like this one does, because it has that history, and that's something that you can't ever cheat. It's 20 years of history, and it's 20 years of these people building these families, and forming this connection to the viewers that they have, and getting to sort of celebrate in that is such a cool experience.
Yeah, like I wonder if there's a correlation between people who like or don't like the loved ones visit in the season versus who don't and do like the season, because I think it's a bit of a test for like really understanding what this was about. Again, if it's not your thing, that's totally your prerogative. But again, I'm a strategy girl. Taran and I did a podcast on plurality votes. Like, clearly that's what we're here for. But it is that culture, it is that world building, not just players who, like, loved ones that we know who have played, but also loved ones who exist because of the show, who were born because of the show, who had their gender reveal on the show, Remy. Like, there is so much history here, and like, we do know those people the same way that in your favorite book, a character you've read for 7 books, you care what happens to them. Like, you care about these people and their families. And I love that the people on the edge got it, and then they hug Jeff at the end, and he's like, this was like a thank you to you, because they have given so much of their lives to the show, which is a really prevalent theme throughout the whole season. Like, it was weird because it's a competition, it's a game to be won. But there was, even if the drink before war, there was a lot of just like, can we just take a second to think about what we did? It's been 20 years, 40 seasons. Like, let's just think for a second about what we're a part of and how grateful we are for this whole franchise. So I think the loved ones visit, one of my favorite moments of the season, one of my favorite moments in Survivor history, and that absolutely speaks to that whole theme throughout the season.
Okay, like Boston Rob had asked the Sele tribe to dump out their pockets at the tribal council, I'd love to sort of like just dump out any sort of like top level thoughts that we might have about the season before we get into the pros and cons of Winners at War. Taran, do you have any other top level thoughts?
Top level thoughts. I mean, I think it's all right. Hold on. I think that what Shannon is talking about too is not only do these things exist, this history exists, but I do think that that production did focus on them too. Like they encouraged these sorts of things. They put that into the edit. They made these moments happen. And I think you feel that. It feels like a celebration. It feels like we care about the history. It does not just feel like another season. It feels like this is big and we care about this, and you can feel the passion. You can tell that the people working on this show care about it. And that's something that they easily could have done wrong, and they could have not capitalized on all of this history, all of this emotion, and they could have just been like, yeah, it's another season, we're just doing our jobs. I watch Big Brother every single
40, but it's only just
exactly
season.
Exactly. I watch Big Brother every season, and I rarely feel like the people making Big Brother feel very passionate about it. But it's so clear, it comes through in every single scene in this season that they care what they're doing and that this means a lot to them, and that meant a lot to me.
Yeah.
I mean, so many thoughts. Where to begin? I think, like, we're a part of the season. That's a cool one to me. The way when they discuss controversial wins or anything to do with the fandom or the way they're perceived and that shapes their games, like, that's our perception as a fandom. So I feel like there's like this meta, almost like reciprocity between us where I felt brought into it. Survivor South Africa references, thanks to Adam Klein. Like, I felt like this is for me as a fan. I also think I'm going to talk about stuff the show did right and wrong, but then there's stuff beyond that I think matters to my experience, which is I could have a positive experience almost over and above the content because I'm getting 10 times more out of it from what I can derive, meaning, nods, references. So there's a lot of that as well. And I just wanted to say, like, on what Taran is saying about world building, I love world building as well. I love cultures. That's one of the main things I love about this show, that we can go on This Week in Survivor history and like have those reference points of his like history of this huge show, and it has so much meaning to me. And I feel like this was the Avengers, right? Like the big movie where everyone comes together and they all have inbuilt stories because you watched all of their individual movies, their seasons. You maybe watched them come into our other seasons as well, and that we could deliver on all of that. You could see that characterization because we fill in the blanks. And I think, like, I don't want it to get lost that I also think the season is great. It's not just about what it meant. It's not just about this legacy. I really enjoyed the season itself for reasons that we'll give, but it's hard for me to say how another season could compare to this when no other season can give me Michelle and Boston Rob talking about how a win is a win and how much meaning that has, as an example.
Mm-hmm.
It really is the Infinity War of Survivor.
Yes, yeah. It is. And even as a Marvel casual, I was like, this is clearly really freaking epic, and like, I'm not a Survivor casual, so it could not have been more epic.
Yeah, I mean, this was not an easy thing to do, to bring back 20 winners to the show over the course of the 20-year history of the show. Obviously, there are some big holes that we look at, and people that should have been there that weren't. It's kind of unclear of like who was asked and who wasn't. Like I was looking at the Survivor wiki, and it seems like that there may be some revisionist history where some people say they were invited and then say that they declined, or they were invited and they called back. But certainly you would have liked to have seen Earl there, Vesepia, Tina. There's some very glaring omissions. But overall, I mean, that they got a lot of the heavy hitters that you wanted to see there for Survivor Winners at War, Taran.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I definitely when I found out that Earl was not going to be able to be on the season, I was devastated. But there are so many people that I never thought I'd see again. The fact that Danny Boatwright is on the season, I was like, how'd they find her? She beat the radar.
Yeah.
And so it was really, really cool. And, I think that a lot of criticism comes, toward the some of the non-heavy hitters. There are a couple of non-heavy hitters on this cast, but there's at least 16 or 17 heavy hitters here. Even if you do want to criticize the people that you don't find to be heavy hitters, and they each bring their own quality to this that I really enjoy. Whether or not you're a Boston Rob fan, the fact that we got Boston Rob again trying to do Buddy System 2.0 is really cool. We get Tyson with his peanut butter antics. We get Adam Klein trying to get an immunity idol from a podium. We have so many different, people coming together, doing different things. It was just so cool. I mean, Kim Spradlin came back and she played this game again. Sophie came back and was doing so well. Just every single person, I was so excited to see, whether it was because I like them as a person or as a character, or I was just curious to see what they would do. How have they changed over the last, 2 to 20 years? There's just so much there.
Yeah, I'm very glass half full about Winners at War, because some people will be like, Yule is pre-merge. I'm like, no, you got Yule for 7 episodes in 2020. I don't, sneeze at that. That is an amazing thing. And this cast, is it the 20 people, the 20 winners you would choose? Probably not. Everyone would have their own list. But again, glass half full. Look at what we have in front of us. And I do believe there's a very cool cross section here. Old schoolers, again, we never thought we'd have Ethan coming back after what he's been through. Yule was on TV in 2020. How are we, this was amazing. And then you have the Mount Rushmores that you needed to have: Sandra, Boston Rob, Tony, Parvati, Kim, the best of the best. And then you have these new schoolers where even if you weren't as high on them before, someone like Michelle can evolve their game to, I really believe, drive us into this new era and be really dominant through the new era of Survivor. Adam Klein, huge highlight. I personally was enthralled by Ben's journey on it. I know that's a bit controversial. As you said, Sophie doing so well. So I do think it was a pretty good cross-section. Rob and Amber coming back as a married couple. I think that we take it for granted because we learned the cast so long ago in what was leaked. I think by the time the season came along, maybe some people were done freaking out to be like, Yule, but I wasn't. And I'm been yelling Yule for the last 2 years. So it's never gonna be something I get over.
Yeah, Shannon, you've made some good points about the baton, the baton being passed to some of the players that were from this season. I do wonder, though, how much will we see some of the younger players from Winners at War return, and how much do you think that Survivor will really start over with a clean slate? Because I think that one of the interesting things about this conversation tonight is that, yes, this was we're talking about the 40th season, but I think that we're also having one eye on what is to come now over the next 5 years of Survivor.
I mean, I think they'll be important. I think it was more of an era end than season 20, because it was all winners, because it was edited in that way, and because we had the unintentional break. But if you think about heroes versus villains, I mean, there are some old schoolers we haven't seen again, like Colby and Jerry, for example. But then there are a lot of players who were new at the time who kept coming back, like JT, who was the young guy at the time. He's been back since then. We've had Tyson obviously come back multiple times. Like, they defined the next 20 seasons as well.
Well, I really feel like that the show sort of suffered a hangover from Heroes versus Villains, where Heroes versus Villains was so great that, we had Nicaragua and then went right back to, okay, and then it's a Rob versus Russell was sort of like a spinoff out of part of Heroes versus Villains. And then we had like another, we did another version of a Hans thing right after that. So I feel like that the show was still like coasting off of Heroes versus Villains for a couple seasons.
Well, I think Heroes versus Villains and Hans, right? Because it was really it's like Samoa leading into Heroes versus Villains, and then they just wanted to keep the Hans up as much as possible. But I think the way that Jeff is talking about future seasons now, he's talking about like we're starting fresh, where it's a new era where it's going to be harder than ever. And I think there's still room for, it's not like it's a different show now. We can still bring back some returning players, but I think that hopefully, I would imagine there's going to be more of a clean break from, Winners at War was kind of its own thing, I imagine. And I think they'll probably be looking at, like, it's not like we can continue like, oh yeah, now it's Winners at War 2 in season 43. Like, I think I think we'll be good. I think there is, they've had enough of a break. They can still be influenced by what came before. They can still bring on some returning players from before. I'm sure they will. But I think, this will be a fresh start. Whether it'll be a good fresh start or not, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, no, I don't think that these players are going to be, it's going to be all about these players. I think that there is like a commitment to some fresh blood, getting it in there, newbies really creating the new era. But I just think that whenever they do get to a full all-star season in the next 10 seasons or whenever it is, it's not going to be, when you have the heavy hitters, those legends have largely mass retired. So it might be like a Sophie, a Michelle, an Adam Klein who come in and they're two-time players, they are winners, and they're coming in as the heavy hitters of returning seasons.
Okay. What else top level about Survivor Winners at War?
I mean, we're already getting to my pro and con list. Okay, I think we wanted to. Yeah.
Let's get into the pros and cons. Why don't we do this? We're going to take a quick break here on the podcast, and then when we come back, let's start getting into all of our pros and cons for Survivor Winners at War. All right, let's start to unpack our goodie bags of the pros and the cons. And Shannon, I know that you have the longest list, so why don't you start? You want to start with something good or something bad?
Okay, I have a lot of pros, I have a lot of cons, and then many defenses of those cons. I'm going to defend most of it. Again, I love the season, but I understand people are reticent about parts of it. I mean, my first pro, something positive, was something we've been talking about, the cast for me. Like, that is on the pro list of, and again, that might be controversial because some people have other casts that they want. I think I've said it all, but, I had goosebumps again watching the premiere. It's hard for this to be something I don't love when every single interaction gives me chills. Like, just watching Jeremy talk to Parvati, like perennial amazing dad Jeremy talk to new mom Parvati about parenthood. That's it for me. That's a better scene than most other seasons of Survivor have for me. Like, that's how much I love these interactions. So for me, yeah, as we've talked about at length and kind of easing into it because we've spoken about it, but the cast for me is a massive pro.
How about this? Was there any interaction that you wanted to see that we didn't get on Winners at War?
Yeah, definitely. The beach reunion after Jeremy gets sent to Edge of Extinction. I wanted to see him reunite with Nat. I remember Rob and Amber was relegated to the secret scenes when they were reunited, so it felt like they probably should have found some extra time for that. But there was a lot in the secret scenes that was great as well. They did not have enough time on this season, but I do think so much of it was there. I loved the mentor apprentice thing. It was such a cool, especially for me as like someone who grew up with it, it was very indicative, especially with Adam Klein being like our super fan avatar. There was a lot of cool stuff there. Boston Rob and Parvati working together. What? You know, like even the little kind of references to Sandra and Parvati who never played together, but like they did like nudge you with that history, for example. I mean, what can you say? I would have loved more Nat and Jeremy across the board, but so many cool interactions.
You know, Sandra and Parvati, I'm glad you brought that one up because that was one that on the rewatch, you know, they really are, they have like a little bit of an interaction where Parvati calls Sandra like this, she names the Sandra bench after Sandra. And then they get voted out in the same episode, Taran. But that's one that like we saw them so much in Heroes versus Villains together, but we didn't really get to see what that relationship looked like now.
Yeah, and I mean that is the kind of missed opportunity that I'm sure a lot of people, you know, if they didn't love this season, probably would point to. It's something that I would point to. I mean, you know, just because I love this season doesn't mean I think it's a perfect season. You know, I'm somebody that always looks for like how can something be better. I just also try to remind myself that like just because something can be better doesn't mean it's bad. So keep that in mind as I talk about this. But it's definitely a huge missed opportunity, in my opinion, that that we never did get. You know, Parvati and Sandra. You know, the way that the tribes were split up initially. You know, Rob being separate from Amber. Parvati being separate from Sandra, Rob being separate from Sandra. There was a big buildup to something that never even happened, that she was so pissed about how he, you know, lied about being on the season. Yeah, I guess so. But it does seem like there are a lot of missed opportunities there. You know, we never really get to see Tyson and Rob come back together. You know, I would have loved to see more of that, more of like, hey, it's been, you know, however long, or like, I want to hear from Parvati when she sees Sandra, like, how do you feel about Sandra after all these years? Are you still like nursing the loss? Do you still feel like you probably should have won over her? How is that impacting you, you know, your strategy in this game when it comes to her? We never really get to see that sort of thing. Even, you know, Yul and Parvati, they do interact eventually, but not enough, in my opinion, talk about their history. Even if they weren't talking about it, I would have loved that for them to be like asking questions in confessional, like how does it feel to see Parvati after all these years? You know, you played with her before she was Parvati, and now she's Parvati. What does that mean? Like, how do you see her now? And I do think there are a lot of missed opportunities in regards to those sorts of moments.
But like especially in regards, I think it's a really good example of Sandra and Parvati, where I say I get more out of the content that is necessarily there, because I think they were crushed by the lack of time. But I still pick up on the little like nods, like for example, when Boston Rob gets the fire token from Amber, he's like, well, maybe it came from Sandra, and Parvati's like, well, who else would she give it to? And I'm like, okay, there's that relationship. And I think it's hard for people because Sandra and Parvati are two of the biggest legends to ever play. They defined probably the landmark season of the show until now, Heroes versus Villains, and we do just get those nods. I think we get Parvati kind of talking about how Sandra went home, and obviously the tie destiny that they happen to go in the same episode. And I think that we as fans, like, is it wrong that it's not coming straight from the content, that it's just happenstance that they do go out in the same episode? Because that, to me, as a fan, there's like a cruel irony there that's a little thrilling. You know, Natalie getting voted out first, the Nadia parallels, it's not intentional, but it's still historic. Like, we can still take from that content. So I still got a little bit out of Parvati and Sandra, and I enjoyed what I got.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's really, for me, and I think I talked about this at the time as well, but it really just does feel like I wanted more. I was hungry for more. I just like a lot of my biggest criticisms come from the fact that this wasn't a 28 episode season or
are you happy
with
about
2-hour
it right
episodes
now? Because we had to watch it this week. Like, this is the one time I've been happy that it wasn't 60-minute episodes, because we all couldn't have done it this week. We would have been suffering.
I just would have had to do 2 weeks.
Yeah, it would have been tough.
Yeah, and I do wonder if Survivor and hopefully, you know, we're not getting the edge of extinction, and certainly we don't have a big all-star season coming up. But I do wonder if Survivor moving forward is going to make better use of the, you know, Paramount Plus streaming network, that they have, you know, the ability to put more of this stuff, like I've been saying for years, that they should be putting out like more and more of the like footage that we don't see in the episodes out into we know we get the secret scenes, but I just feel like that if they put even like the Edge of Extinction on this season, if they had like longer like clips of like the Edge of Extinction, like I think pretty sure most Survivor fans would be like going on to Paramount Plus and checking that out. And so hopefully that's one of the things that maybe in Survivor 41 they end up making better use out of moving forward. Okay. So,
yeah.
All right, Shannon, officially the cast, I think we're all in agreement. Very good job overall.
Best cast ever, maybe? Like,
Best cast ever. Okay.
I mean, isn't it? Like, Heroes vs. Villains is also epic, but isn't it? Yule is there. Is everyone forgetting that Yule was there? Like, Ethan came, like,
Sure.
Romba on the same season. It was so good. I mean, this is a subjective thing. At the end of the day, like, if it's your favorite or not, you love it or you don't. I can't convince anyone to this. For me, best cast ever.
Yep. I think that there's probably some lower lows on the Heroes versus Villains cast where you have like, with all due respect to the Candaces and Danielle DiLorenzos and Sugar, I think there's a few more like head scratchers on that cast than on the Winners at War cast.
Yeah, and again, like it's not really a fair comparison, but even the worst player on Winners at War is a winner who has a history on the show, and like it means more that they're bad than some random first boot that we never got to know. So it's not a fair comparison, but in my opinion, it's the best cast ever.
Okay, best cast ever, Winners at War. All right.
I mean, people will disagree because I think some of the lowlights for some of the fans take away. For me, I think when you get however many of 20 just absolute legends, glass half full. And again, I got something out of pretty much everyone on the cast, especially in this season. People improved in my estimations as well, evolved as characters. So I can't think of one character on the entire season who didn't do something for me this season.
Okay. We've been very positive so far. Taran, do you have a low light, a negative about the season?
Well, I don't want to be too repetitive, but I do want to highlight again what you mentioned, which is the reunion. When I watched Survivor All Stars, that was one of my favorite seasons. Still is one of my favorite seasons, really, for similar reasons to Winners at War. Like, you say what you will about the outcome of the season or whatever, the journey, whatever it is that you want to criticize for it. There was, the reunion. The reunion for that, and the reunion had its own problems as well. But it felt
maybe that's why they didn't do a reunion.
Maybe
thank God for COVID.
But it felt, even on a rewatch, when I've rewatched All Stars, it feels like such a momentous occasion to bring all of these people together. It feels like the end of an era, and it feels like a celebration of what the show is and what it means. And then the fact that they give away $1 million to Rupert is ridiculous. And there's just so much there that I feel like it would have been so great to have a reunion. I feel like we could have had some of those moments, like, hey, Parvati, what was it like to see Sandra on the beach again? And maybe it wouldn't have been as good because I feel like they don't do reunions quite like they used to. But I really was missing that in the season. I feel like it's a big negative for me that we didn't get something like that. That it just kind of ends, especially on the rewatch when you're going so quickly and then it's just like over.
I was relieved when it was over. I've had a lot of Survivor to watch, but I'm pretty glad there wasn't a reunion.
Yeah, to add to Taran's point, like, Jeff counts the votes, and then he's like, all right, Tony, real quick. Like, Tony, give us 10 seconds. What did this win mean to you? Like, I feel like that we could have talked to Tony for a couple of more seconds. It's not like that, like, oh, okay, well, Tony, you always hear from Tony. So who can, if you don't get him here, you'll get him around. And, we, all three of us, are very keenly aware of like what you could do over a Zoom, over a StreamYard. Like, just feels like that it was it was so rushed and they did so little. And I know that they attempted things, but I think in the way that they attempted it, like they like sent out all of this like production equipment to all of the survivors and then had them set it all up. And then I think then they like sort of like scuttled that plan at the last minute. And it just seems like they could have done something. They could have done like a little bit more. And it was just like a very bare bone. It was a jam-packed finale, but even on CBS All Access, it's not like anything else was on the air at that time. It really feels like that they, could have attempted to try to do more.
Genuinely, they should have consulted you or somebody like you and maybe they did, and that person wasn't you, right? Like weren't as good as what you could have provided them.
They gave up very quickly.
Yeah, but they so clearly approached it from this archaic like television standpoint. They were, well, we couldn't possibly put anybody on the screen without professional equipment, and so. It really did feel like they dropped the ball, and they had plenty of time to set this up. But I don't think they thought it through, and it really fell flat. And like Jeff, for all of the, for as wacky as it was for Jeff to have his own little setup in his garage, like he didn't need a setup in his garage. Like it's unnecessary. What are you wasting time and money on for this thing when you could have spent that time and money producing something that actually mattered, which would have been talking to the players?
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I've got a lot of points on this. So.
And just to go back to like the tech of it all, like, there's a million better ways to get Jeff's audio than to have him use like his Bluetooth headset.
It wasn't good sound. It was like really tinny, right?
Exactly. It's, again, like they're like I get it. You work with your own equipment, but like you're professionals. You can do a little bit of like if some random people around the country can put together a $50 microphone to be on a podcast. If they can handle that, you can give one to Jeff. Like it'll be okay.
Yeah. Okay. Firstly, I think we are forgetting what modern reunions are. You think they were going to ask Parvati about Sandra? Like, we're hearing from 5-year-old Betty Jo in row 3 about what she thinks of Boston Rob. Like, don't forget where we're at with the reunions. We might have been saved something. And also, none of us had a lot of time this week. I saw it as a blessing in disguise. Also, I think they suffered from early pandemic Zoom awkwardness, which is something that I've created right now. But like now we know I don't really remember the timelines of when this was happening, but like everyone does Zoom stuff. I'm literally on a Zoom TV show at this current time. But at the time, I think it was kind of awkward for them to put on CBS a Zoom reunion, a resumion, because it didn't feel professional. But now that we're 2 years into this freaking pandemic, we know that it's necessary. We know that it's fine. And we know that people are doing like whole TV shows on Zoom. So I think that if it had been months later, they might have done it. But now they have to be all like, we're on Zoom. I'm on my garage. Everyone's in their garage, Jeff. Like we've been in our garage for 2 years. It's the pandemic. But I do also think that the way that they dealt with it, the best way they dealt with it was that montage where every person talked about what the show means to them. It was the third time I cried in my rewatch because the show means so much to me and it means so much to them. And with the scenes of them, it was just completely beautiful. And that was like the one thing they did right in this way, where we heard from them about like how the show has shaped their life. And I love that moment. That's like a top moment of the season for me. So that they did right. But otherwise, like why is Jeff using his Bluetooth head? Like, no, they hadn't worked out the pandemic yet.
I think we need to quickly stop down this recording so we can trademark Resumian
before that gets out. I'm like, yes, that's what it was, right? I've got a lot of Zoom puns.
Yeah. Yeah. How about Zumba, where you learn to do a dance class?
Yeah, that works. I know. I saw they tweeted at you. I know there's some context here. Yeah.
Yeah, when are we doing that?
Yeah. Okay. Anything else about the lack of the live reunion show?
I mean, I'm always will wonder what that little girl thought. We'll never know. If little girl thought Tony would win, she could ride it on Jeff's back.
And who would have gotten Sia's money, Shannon? Did we ever answer that question?
Who would have gotten Sia's money on this season? She probably gives it to Ben. So people wouldn't have
Ben.
liked that. Yeah, he gave up, he gave it up for Farrah. I think, is he a Sia recipient in the past?
No, I don't believe so. I'm trying
Well,
He is, I think, in the archetype, the
who was
cute
the
male kind of
kindest to the
archetype.
animals?
I don't think that anybody got Sia money in season 35. I think that season 35 got hosed all the way around. I don't think they got Sia money, and they didn't get round trip tickets to Fiji like all the other cats did.
Well, but Ben is like a Marine who I feel like that is the Sia archetype. He gave it up for. Yeah, I mean maybe Ethan.
Maybe Ethan, maybe Michelle. I could see also in the.
That's not the Sia thing. I don't see that.
No. Okay. But yes, I'm sure we'll get a million tweets if I'm wrong about that. But I don't think anybody in season 35.
What were they gonna have Sia like come into Jeff's garage and be like? But wait.
So I'm sure it's not like she hasn't been there before.
And she's always wearing a mask.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I'm surprised Cochran didn't like show up. I was like, hey, we're socially distanced, but it's Cochran.
Yeah, he's just in Jeff's garage, just like sitting on a fold-out chair, like. That would have been pretty funny.
He's only allowed to show up on a boat, Rob.
I guess so.
No, now we're cutting to Cochran on Zoom. They would have done that if they didn't have early pandemic Zoom awkwardness. I'm telling you. We probably got saved from a lot of things in terms of what they would have done.
Okay. All right. Well, then let me go with one.
This is so fun. Let's just throw out good and bad things about this season.
Okay. We haven't talked too much about the winner of the season. And I'm going to put this under the good of that we had the winners all come back, and it truly was amazing. And I know he's not everybody's particular cup of Tony, but I'm going to say that it was a good that Tony was the winner. He played a phenomenal game.
So many chizzy points.
He had all of the chizzy points.
It was crazy.
And the thing that really jumped out to me, or that I still don't really have my head wrapped around of, like, was Tony actually laying in the weeds for some 27 some odd days on the island, and then after the family visit came out of nowhere and was just omnipresent? Or did the editors go out of their way to obscure us from Tony and sort of minimize his edit over the first 27 days of the game, and then go all in on Tony in the late stages of the game?
I feel like it's probably the latter. We do get some Tony moments, pre-family visit, especially on the swapped tribe. We're getting these moments where it's like, is he back to his old antics? I feel like, obviously in order to pull off the moves he did, he needed to be building those relationships. So I do think that, his, let the guard down strategy and then boom, thing was real. I think that is the case, but it's also Tony. This is the guy that stays up all night thinking about his next move. And I'm sure that he was intentionally building relationships and lying low, but lying low for Tony, I think, is like a normal game for most people. So, I'm sure that they did play it up to some degree, and it was, I think, relatively obscured that that Tony was, a potential, or the winner up until a certain point in the season when it became a lot more obvious. But I think that was probably one of the reasons. Like, unlike Tony's first season, when it was like you could focus on Tony all you wanted and nobody believed this guy could pull it off, they had to be a little bit more like cautious, I think, about showing him too much early on, lest it be an entire season of knowing that he was the likely winner.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to go next with a con, because I think that this works into what most people would find a con, which is subjective, which is boot order. So next, I think we need to go there. But to speak about Tony specifically, firstly, subjective, your mileage may vary. I love that man. He is an all-time player character who 1 in a million won the game once, let alone twice. so many incredible Tony moments in the season, some I'd forgotten, when he gets like pooed on by a bird while groveling to Ben.
Yeah.
And that's just part of, like,
says,
past me wrote in her notes,
what
like,
kind of bird is out here at night?
yeah, but what kind of bird is at nighttime? Past me wrote in my notes, did Tony come up with the like the spy nest because a bird pooed on him? Like, these are the questions we were asking. Also,
that was like the Newton's apple of like.
yeah, I think we said this at the time, though.
Look what's up there. I didn't even realize.
I bet that bird hears everything.
Yeah, and look what they can achieve up there. Look what damage can be done from the sky. And like, I mean, the ladder scene, all time hilarious. Truly one of my favorite scenes ever. There was like a second ladder scene I remember that was relegated to the secret scenes as well. Also, this like little exchange where Jeremy's like, Tony, where are your shoes? He was like, I was doing laundry, so I put them in the tree. Who is this man? Anyway, best character ever. As a player, I was giving him chizzy points before the onslaught began. And I think in the binge, it's quite clear to me that Tony had a 4-phase game. Phase 1, as he told us in the first 30 minutes, lower the guard and sucker punch. So this is ingratiating, making relationships, seeming calmer, just seeming like the game changes clown, lowering the guard. Phase 2, and this got dicey because he did still have a huge threat level and was pretty close to going when Yule did. Maybe 5 seconds of the challenge. He probably does 1 second of the challenge. He probably goes home there. So that was, he took it as far as he could. Phase 2, he's very much driving Lions versus Hyenas. Early merge, we get like Wendell gone, Adam gone. He buys himself some time and he keeps more of the shields that are still there around him. Phase 3, he starts winning immunities. He's empowered to become Kageya Tony. Big moves. This is extortion. All-time great player and character episode for him. Starts flip-flopping and completely creating the structure of the strategic post-merge game. Phase 4, Nat comes back from the edge. Now it's pure survival. She's throwing everything at him from the edge, which is so hard and unfair. And he has to take out the whole bag of tricks, relationships, idols, fire, challenge wins to just get it done against the onslaught, the tidal wave that is the edge returner. That's phase 4. So for me, I think it's pretty clearly broken down when you binge it.
Yeah, I mean, I think Tony winning for sure is a pro. For me, it's the fact that this is a cast of heavy hitters. In the past, when it's been a cast of heavy hitters, it's been one of the lighter weight, hitters that has pulled out the win because all of the lions go after each other and the hyenas come in and they take the win. And that can be interesting, but you go and you kind of want one of the heavy hitters to take it home. The fact that one did, one with as big a reputation as Tony, and not only that, but he played a phenomenal game to make it happen. I mean, it's hard to play a phenomenal game in a cast of people who are really, really phenomenal players. And the fact that he made it happen, the fact that there was, take out the fact that it's Tony, the fact that it was a really, really good, solid, one of probably the better played games in the history of the show that won Winners at War, the ultimate test of a player, that's amazing on its own. Add on to the fact that it's Tony.
Tony!
One of the bigger characters that the show has ever seen. And you couldn't really ask for a better sort of like results. I mean, maybe you could if you're a bigger fan of other people on here. But in terms of like, if it had been Sandra, that would have been amazing. If it had been Kim, Parvati, like any one of those people would have been amazing. And there were lots of them there. But I think that there was definitely like a pessimism in me that was like, it's probably going to be, it's probably going to be someone else.
Like, we know the names. You don't have to say it. Yeah.
But it wasn't. And that like that result was fantastic. And for me, at least.
Yeah, I do suspect. Just go back to my question about like, was Tony really just like hiding in the spy bunker and then really just came out of his shell when he got to after the family visit? I do remember Tony being vocal on Twitter about the thing that the edit was bad. I mean, he did so in Kagiyan as well, but I remember that he felt like that things were not being like portrayed like as they were happening on the island, according to Tony.
I mean, but there's like an implicit understanding, especially watching it, knowing he wins, that he's building relationships in that first half and that he's concealing his threat level, which is absolutely what he should do. There's like a little mention where Yule's like, Tony's nicer than I thought he was. Things like that. And even the ladder scene,
I believe he said
watching
that Tony was going to be an a-hole.
Yeah.
Right. And he's not, but like, I cleaned it up a little bit.
Mhm.
But the ladder scene, even, it's like no one knows what to make of him. And even though, yes, hilarious,
Yeah.
laugh out loud, funny, there's also that strategy of like, Tyson says, how's this guy still alive? It's like, who is this man? What are we making of him? And that's how he like changes the perceptions. It's very intentional in that way. That's what I took from it.
And Shannon, I think that on the rewatch that I think that Tony's ladder is actually like a great analogy for his game that he built. He built this ambitious structure that should not have worked. Like he should not have made it down from that ladder, and everybody says, well, "Okay, well, let's let him do it." I don't think this is a good idea. This isn't going to work. Okay, Tony, and lo and behold, like he comes down with a breadfruit. So he leave it to Tony.
The ladder. I mean, at the time, I think we were saying like young ladder. Mm-hmm. Chaos Cast is a ladder. I was taking a couple of those from my brother. Yeah, like I mean, I think we forget. We've talked about how he had one of the most dominant games of all time, but also, God damn, it's funny. Like he's so funny. And and even in like trying to rush through the season, like I was laughing. I was rewinding to be like, Peter, listen to Tony say this. When he's like, Adam, what are you saying? We go up, we write the name, we come back. He reads out the name. Like, it's so funny.
I know how the game works. I understand.
Moment.
Yeah.
14 episodes with this TV character to me. The shark. It was so good. Mm-hmm. It's so, I'm as a TV character, I know, again, your mileage may vary. For me, 14 episodes with Tony Vlachos made Cagayan one of my favorite seasons ever. And same here. Like, so good. This is Extortion is, again, a controversial episode. It is Tony-centric, but I love it. I love it as he's reading it. This is illegal, man. Amazing. For me, as just, am I entertained? Like, absolutely yes. So...
Yeah.
Again, it's a personal thing.
Him with Jeremy about the days, how many days are there left in the game?
So dumb. So dumb.
Oh, I love that. That's so good. All right, but Shannon, you wanted to talk about the con, which is the boot order.
So this is such a subjective thing. I put it under con because I think it is regarded as such by most of the fandom. For me, it was very kind to me. Tony is my rooting interest. I put out a prayer circle for him before they went out. You're welcome, Tony, for the win. And Jeremy's probably my second favorite. So as you're saying, like the fact that Tony and Jeremy really define the post-merge for me, that was really a gift. So I feel very lucky about how the boot order went for my particular favorites in the game. I was still hurt by it. Nat was top tier for me. Yule, Ethan, Parvati, all pre-merge for sure. So I think this is something that I wanted to talk through because I think that this is possibly one of the biggest cons and a point of contention for people who are down on the season.
Yeah, I recall feeling. I think for me at least, I went in again with a pessimism of like. I remember that I was extremely anxious at the start of in a way that I've never been before because
I'm always anxious when the season starts.
It meant so much to me going in, and I was so like Tyson's gonna be the first one out, or like something terrible is gonna happen, and would be so disappointed. And probably for some people, those anxieties were realized. They certainly were for me in some ways over the course of the season. But yeah, I memean, it was heartbreaking, when you see Ethan go out, when you see Parvati go out where she does, when you see you have high hopes, like what is Danny going to do? Oh, that's it. Okay.
You're very tied to Danny.
I was a big Guatemala fan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of disappointment here, for sure. And I think that it would be one thing if it was just like, okay, you have to be disappointed somewhere with a cast this great. But I think the sticking point here is that there are a couple of members of the cast that people really were just like, when they saw that they were there, they're like, all right, well, there's so many good ones, it'll be okay. And then, of course, it's many of those people that end up making a deep run and kind of souring the fun for a lot of people toward the end of the season. And I can see that for sure. But for me, it's still like that's kind of inevitable. Even if you say that like these players were particularly bad, and it would have been better if they had been different players. Like there are always going to be players that have that end up not having a lot of power in the game and end up getting sucked into something, and maybe they wouldn't have been quite so loyal or quite so whatever. But at the end of the day, there's always going to be some people that are just not. Every single person can be a power player. At some point in the game, somebody's going to be not a power player. So I can kind of understand the direction that this went, and I also think that like there is still room in the game for people that care about the relationships that they build out there, and there's still room in the game for, we had 16 or whatever players that were super self-interested and in gaming hard and all of that stuff. And then there were a couple of people out there who went in thinking one thing and developed over the course of the season. You talked about Ben, Shannon, but Ben for me was really interesting to watch over the course of the season. Coming in, he was in his first season somebody who really leaned into his sort of underdog. I'm playing this game because I'm an outcast right now, and I'm just going to ride with it. Ben bombs. He's all about the game because he was cast out of his relationships, and then he comes in not being respected, wanting to win the respect of the fans, and over the course of the season develops relationships that he ends up caring more about than the game, and caring more about those relationships than the perception of him in the game. And there's something really interesting about that to me, watching this man go through something like that. And we're not seeing all of the intricate details of it, but no, it's not the most exciting game stuff to watch. But it's still, for me, character development. It's still seeing what happens when you give the guy who was rejected these relationships in his first experience, when you give him those relationships, and what that means both in the human sense and also in the game sense, and the value that people like Tony and Sarah derived from it. There's still a lot for me to mine from even that, even though I will concur that I still probably would have preferred to see Ben make his own move at the end. That would have been the ultimate peak of his character development, right? But yes, in terms of that boot order and the way that these things went, it wasn't optimal for my enjoyment. It probably wasn't optimal for most people's enjoyment. But again, like just because it could be better doesn't mean it still wasn't great.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Just to speak to the boot order, it also became baked in as part of the season of the narrative of, the new school players are knocking out the old school players. I guess the old school players can't keep up with the pace of the new school game, which I don't think was exactly what happened. I just think that the new school or the older school players, I think, came with a built-in sort of like legacy that ultimately like made them like very threatening people to potentially go to the end of the game with, where people did not ever want to go to the end of the game with a Rob, with a Parvati, with a Sandra, with a Tyson, with a Yule. And ultimately, I think that was the biggest reason why these players like ultimately went out. It was just like that, who in their right mind would want to work with them and take them far into the game?
Yeah. I mean, Tony's lion and hyena theory, I think, is initially represented in the old school versus the new school. And the old school were the lions and the new school were the hyenas. And old school needed to completely stick together if they wanted to survive that initial onslaught, because of what you said. They had more of a legacy. They had more of a target on their back. They were the lions. And that put them on the defensive right away. And if they couldn't all work together and stick together and hold those numbers, then it was almost inevitable that they were going to be picked off, and that the successful old schoolers would be the ones that were able to get in with the new schoolers and work that. And that's what Ewell tried to do. But even that wasn't enough, because still, he is then the sole lion amongst a bunch of hyenas. So it wasn't really until Tony was able to, and Tony being kind of a new schooler, I think had a little bit of an advantage in that regard, that he was a big target, but he wasn't, an old school target. He was able to sort of get in and mix it up with the new school players and the old school players. And he was somebody that recognized that he needed to surround himself with targets, and really advocated for it. So, I completely agree. And it's unfortunate that it played out that way. I think it's also like, the old school players are bigger targets because you don't reach back that far unless they're worth reaching back for. Whereas, newer school players, they're more recent and they're easier to get, and in a bit more abundance. I think that that probably comes down to casting to some degree. We maybe needed a few more old schoolers, and that could have helped even it out a bit, and then maybe we would have seen something a little more interesting. But I definitely agree that again, it would have been better for if we had seen these old schoolers make it further instead of being just wiped out one after another in the early portion of the season.
And just to add to the idea of the unsatisfactory boot order, I think that also what helped to contribute to that is that the people that are your favorites, I think it's sort of like also like it's like fourth dimensional, like the people that are known as the favorites, that the players out there know they're the favorites and know they're the favorites for a reason. And so they're more likely to want to get rid of them, because that those are the players that are probably also going to fare well in front of the jury. So you end up with like, Ben and Denise and Sarah and Nick, like all making it down to the end of the game when they're not, thought of as some of like your most iconic Survivor fan favorites. Nobody's thinking like, oh, I got to make sure that this person doesn't get to the end or this person doesn't get to the end. Yeah, those people were all gone. It was a miracle that Tony ultimately got to the end. Even Michelle, who's there at the end, I do think that Michelle certainly has her fans, but I don't think that the other players thought of her as a person like, oh, you can't let Michelle get to the end of the game.
And that is how all-star seasons often do work out. They kind of create these cultures that people benefit from. I don't think that the casting was as, up and down as some other seasons have been in this way. I think it was the threat level, the ingrained threat level and connections, circumstantial to a degree, and then it gets voiced and it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy that like we're getting rid of the old schoolers now. And I think with the benefit of hindsight, like it was something Yule maybe should have put an end to instead of getting rid of poverty, for an example, and just been like, no more of this kind of thing being the theme that defines the season. So I think we kind of debunked the old schoolers can't keep up silly line. But I will say, like, for me and the boot order, again, kind to me, but I still had my heartbreaks. I think the things that helped me was, firstly, after that first like incredible premiere segment where people are connecting, one of my favorite segments in Survivor history, chills again against all the connections. I kind of felt like, wow, like we've been fed, game on. Like I'm happy with whatever kind of happens here, as long as the edge winner doesn't win, because like we have this, as an example. I also think, like Taran, I embraced the evolutions of characters that I hadn't been as high on coming into it. Talked about Ben. I'm sure we'll talk even more about his journey. Michelle is a good example to me. I was not super high on Michelle before the season. I absolutely loved her in this season. It definitely like recontextualized her win for me. I totally embraced that journey. And another thing that was big for me is that when my favorites were going home pre-merge, it was like, for me, I kind of embraced like the exquisite pain of the beautiful defeats, if that makes sense, to the fact that like, maybe I'm very sensitive about Survivor. Like it definitely upsets me a lot, but maybe it was the fact that these are Survivor winner millionaires. Maybe it was cushioned a little bit by the fact that we were going to see them next week on the edge of extinction. Maybe there was all of that. But I also think for me, it was like my life was on fire, and like, let me be upset about Yule. Let that be the thing that I'm upset about today, that this millionaire Survivor winner got voted out of a reality TV competition show. And we'll see him on the edge next week, because that will be okay tomorrow. It was like the kind of thrill, like when your football team loses by a point. Like it's exhilarating, it's heartbreaking, but like I actually was grateful for the heartbreak, because it wasn't like real life terribleness that was happening in early 2020. And like, I kind of accepted that I would have my heart broken several times through the season, and I did. And I clung on to the exquisite pain. It was better than real pain. I know that sounds so depressing, but like, maybe it's something that people can relate to at the time when, you know, we had bigger problems than you were going home. As much as it hurt, it was also like, okay, this is what it feels like to be alive and to feel passionate about something that also isn't like truly, truly terrible in this life.
Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't disappointing, if it wasn't painful, then that would have just meant that you didn't care.
Yeah.
Right? Like, and that's sort of like what we're talking about, right? Where it's like, it hurt because it was good. The sweet ain't as sweet without the sour.
Yeah.
Classic Vanilla Sky quote.
Yeah. So, I mean, I know, like, other people, again, like, I come into this, it's a subjective thing, a very kind boot order for me that my favorite winner won the season. So, yeah, boot order was fine, like, pretty good to me. Nat, who was one of my favorites, like, she comes back. She comes second. Like, we still got them. We still got a lot of the journey on the edge, and we can definitely talk about the edge. But it was something that, I don't know, I was still grateful for at the time. I always remember you going, that episode, because it was so painful, and just being like, yep, let this be my pain today. Like, let this be the thing that I'm focusing on. And I know that sounds so sad, but that's what that time in my life was.
That's really beautiful, though.
Thank you. I took exquisite pain from Sex and the City.
Yeah.
Beautiful defeats from the genius.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Good. Well, this is a great mashup. This is the winners at war of pop culture references. Yeah. Okay, so that was technically a con from Shannon, even though
she spun that into a pro.
I'm defending every con. Like, literally 80% of the cons I'm coming in to defend Edge of Extinction. I'm excited about it. But anyway, go on.
I've got another con that I have no defense for, Rob.
Okay,
that I genuinely feel like this is one of my biggest cons of the season. And you know, we were talking about Tony's win, and I was referring to, like, you know, the editors and how they were potentially, you know, keeping it under wraps at least a little bit until a certain point. And for me, one of the biggest cons of the season was the predictability factor of Tony's win. You know, the fact that I think that a lot of people, myself included, at a certain point in the season, started to be able to see, like, okay, I think this is Tony's, right? Like, like I think Tony's gonna win this, and that point for me came a little too early. And I think
point was that for you?
I think it's right around when you know, when the Sophie boot happens, and
the extortion episode.
It's when he gets extorted.
No, I think that everybody, like, at that point is like, oh, Tony's gonna win. Tony's
really? Was that what I was thinking at the time? Like, I think I'm so pessimistic. I just assumed the Edge winner would win. Like, I think that's how it came. I think
probably Shannon, for you and I, maybe you even more so. You know, because we probably were like, I hope it's true. There was a pessimism. Maybe it's not, and there was still some stress there.
That was like the 20 confessional episode.
Yeah. But again, in Australian Survivor, that's barely an extreme edit. So I don't. Maybe, like, I think for me, I'd never believed Tony Vlachos could win or win a Survivor. I think I just didn't dare myself to dream. So I think that tempered it for me.
Yeah, I think from my memory, when we reached the extortion episode, the list of potential winners had been narrowed down pretty dramatically already, and Tony was probably the leading candidate, even though he hadn't gotten a lot of content, like a ton of content yet. And then when that episode hit, it was like, oh, Sophie, one of the other potential who has been kind of on the downhill since the merge, or since whenever, is now out, and Tony just got all of this credit, and Tony's now is like, okay, this is Tony's to lose unless something happens with Extinction, maybe.
Sarah.
Yeah.
See, but the thing with Sarah is that, and this is one of my criticisms, and I think it's a criticism of a lot of Survivor seasons, except for, ironically, Edge of Extinction, which definitely shocked me. But they follow a formula. We know this, and I think they try. They're not good enough, at least for the people who are able to or unable to not read into the edit, that they tend to not show the winner in too negative a light. And so when you get like really negative things from the winner or from a character enough times, you get to the point you're like, this person's not going to win. And for me, that happened to Sarah. I felt like they showed multiple times that she was one step behind Tony, and like not as good a player as Tony, even though they were pumping her up here and there. I felt like, you can't trick me. I've already seen the underbelly of this. And so for me, the end game was a lot more, is something going to screw up, and is this going to be Edge of Extinction too? Than it was, oh man, any one of these 5 people can win. And so that was disappointing. It wasn't like the biggest thing that I cared about, because again, like the fact that Tony won at all was like, that's awesome, that's exciting. But it definitely could have been a lot better, especially on a season like this. And I think it's such a missed opportunity that you really could have just pumped everyone up at a relatively equal level to make them all look like serious contenders to win. And I know that they probably do that. And probably for many casual viewers, they probably would never have noticed anything. They probably did go into the finale thinking anybody can win. And so I'm probably sitting here like, with my edit reading super fan, taking notes on every sentence spoken in the episode, like, oh, why do they make it so easy? But I wish that they had done that better. And I know that there are a lot of people out there who are, at a similar level of super fandom that wish the same thing, that they also felt like it was a sort of unfortunately predictable.
I would say on that point that was episode 11, and I feel like while it was not perfect, like I feel like that there are many Survivor seasons that we talk about where
way worse.
The winner is like, oh, okay. Yeah, it's definitely this person, like episode 2, episode 3, episode 4. And I feel like that they hit it as far, like, I feel like there's a sweet spot where it's like, we want to get to see everything that Tony is doing. And we want to get to like not have it feel like it came out of nowhere. I don't know necessarily like if they could have like maybe built up another person, and maybe Sarah was the other person that they tried to also build up as the believable person that also could win the season. But I think at that point, they had hit him for a while. It was only 2 episodes until the finale. I don't know, like, how much more if you saying that we should have seen less of him, or if there's like more we could have seen from the other players.
Yeah, I will say again, like, I think episode 11 is around the time that it becomes glaringly obvious. But I think even before then, it was like Tony was leading the charge in terms of what people were thinking. But that's, again, less of a criticism. I think, and I think you're completely right that other seasons have been significantly worse. And I think that this season was a step up in terms of what a lot of seasons, again, like Edge of Extinction for me is actually the gold standard for unpredictability. But even so, it was unpredictable because they were following a tired formula with Rick Devens. And then they were like, actually, whoops. And so,
no, yeah.
But even then, they couldn't help but follow the Rick Devens is our winner up until the point where he's not. And I wish that they could have a more even spread often. And I know it's a criticism that comes up a lot, but I think that you can show what, and I'm also somebody that comes from the live feeds. There is no edit on the live feeds. We watch everybody at all times, and so it's very easy to look at every single individual player and see them all as contenders. But it's a lot more difficult to do in Survivor. I think they sometimes do a very admirable job. I think in Winners at War they did a pretty good job, especially considering Tony. But I do wish that they could have done better, and I think that they could have done better. But I think that they are, they're very used to doing it a certain way, and I think that those ways unfortunately can get a little bit predictable.
Okay.
I come from Australian Survivor, where Tony's 40 confessional episode 11 is under the radar. So who knows? It was like the most confessionals ever. I think it was hard with This Is Extortion because it is like, if not the most dominant individual performance in an episode ever, pretty freaking close to it, like, you know, to get out of the extortion, to get coins from people on opposite sides of alliances, then to get to the move, like I think the move of the season, something we've spoken about at length, Taran, the plurality vote on Sophie, taking out like the biggest threat in the game at that point with an idol. Like, man, he got it done. Yeah. He won immunity. They had to show it. Like, I think even if he loses the game, if he loses fire, like, are we not seeing that episode play out that way? Like, it was that dominant. That happened.
I think it's less because I want to see that episode because that's a great episode. I mean, it's one of my favorite episodes, of all time. I don't want to see less of Tony. I want it to be possible that Tony can have that episode and still lose. You know, like I want it to be possible that other people had episodes like that this late in the game and they still lose. You know, I want it to be that that this is not such a dead giveaway. I want it to be that Tony isn't one of the leading contenders coming into this episode. He's one of the people that you think couldn't possibly win because his edit has been so like, what is Tony doing? How do we know what he's up to? Like, that there are other really great edits leading up to this that are ahead of him on the list. And then this episode comes and it shakes the entire foundation of what people are thinking. That's what I'd love to have happen. That's, again, it's not exactly something that's probably realistically in the realm of Survivor, but I do think that they could have done a better job. I think they have done a better job in the past. They've certainly been much worse, but I think they've also done a better job in the past.
But Taran, just because they could be worse doesn't mean that it's good. It's the opposite of what you're saying, right? But exactly. No, I mean, like, he didn't get a great edit episode 6 for a winner. Like, I think that's maybe more mistakes shown than other winners get at all. The fact that he was clear,
like... episode 6 is when Sandra goes home?
When Sandra goes and he's like, and Kim is like, this guy can't handle the tribal council. Is that something I want to work with? And he's like, in the spy shack or spy nest, whatever it was then. And everyone's like, where is Tony? What is he doing? So there was some negativity there. I mean, I think I was just shielded from any obviousness by my own pessimism and the assumption that the Edge of Extinction person would win, the disbelief that Tony could be a 2-time Survivor winner. Like, I think I got shielded possibly from that, like, edit rating and just assumed, you know, he'd be taken up by fire or whatever.
I think they also had, you know, the challenge of the fact that, like, they used this strategy already with Tony where, like, in Cagayan, you know, they showed Tony and they showed Top 5 Baby and they showed Speaking Llama. And at the time,
and he was an edgy killer. Yeah.
Right. We were like, there's no way that somebody this negative can win this game. And so I think that, you know, they had an even more challenging task in front of them to convince us that, you know, just because you are showing some negative Tony does not mean that that this guy can't pull away with this. So I do think that that hindered, you know, what they were capable of doing as well.
Okay.
Yeah, tough one.
All right.
Rob, throw out something into our compliment sandwich.
So this is something I'm going to say that this is technically a pro because I think that it hit a little different this time around than it did the first time. But I think the most important things that happen in this season took place on the Edge of Extinction. And
you're putting Edge of Extinction as a pro, Rob?
No, I'm not.
Read the room.
The actual Edge of Extinction. I'm talking about something specifically that happened on the Edge of Extinction. And I'm talking about that I think the most impactful thing that happened for the future of the show happened on the Edge of Extinction. And I think that this is a hot take incoming. The log carrying challenge and the coconut carrying challenge, I think, are the things that are going to be the biggest predictors of where Survivor is going than any other thing that happened on the show this season.
Why? Why that? Why that?
Okay.
Because they
Did
were
you
so
guys
successful.
Remember that there was a coconut challenge as well as a log challenge? Because I'd like completely erased that from my mind. I was like, another one? Really? Did we do that?
And so, first off, that I feel like that, to me, that there's so much going on, and we haven't really even gotten into the fire tokens of it all. And I expect that we still will have a discussion there. But there's so much talk about it. And did it mean anything. There was so many like wasted calories in this season about fire tokens. What does it mean to have the fire tokens? Can you get the fire tokens? Who's giving the fire tokens? Where are the fire tokens? What do I buy?
They're
with
right
the fire
here.
tokens? And so there was so much talk about that. At the same time, and that stuff just like, like it's numbing. There's so much talk in this season about, so tell me, Shannon, what does it like? What is going on right now? I was like, well, like, let me tell you, like, there's so much duplicity and idols and
Economy.
oh my God. That like, tell me more about this. Like, yeah, it's crazy. And there's so much just talking about stuff that's just that there is almost no way to really like take anything away from it, because it's all, theater on top of like minutia and stuff that is really hard to like generate any emotion off of. But the log carrying and the coconut.
Where are we going with this?
Hear me out.
I'm with you, Rob.
Well, I'm not.
Okay. I think that, and I've pulled some sound clips. Okay. Hear me out on this. Okay. This is coming from day 37. Lacina had just talked about the role that gender bias plays on how the female contestants are viewed, and her and Jeff are recapping all of that. And Jeff is talking about how, that he thought that this season was going to be just a celebration of the contestants, but he had been thinking something else after all of the personal breakthroughs that have happened.
So here's the thought. Is it possible that Survivor serves the purpose of a well-intentioned but relentless adversary that pushes you to deal with stuff? It's not just 39 days in Fiji. That's a great vacation. This is 39 days of intense personal scrutiny.
So
why is this a pro?
Hear me out. Hear me out.
I'm trying my best. I'm so confused.
When Ethan is faced with, giving up in the log challenge or continuing on, the same thing happens with the coconut challenge of like, when you have nothing left to give, what do you do? What is your response to when the you have been pushed beyond your limits? What happens there? I think that this is something that Survivor is going to look at even closer. Listen to, I pulled, this is Jeff.
Wow, you came with receipts, Rob.
Yes, this is Jeff talking about what is Survivor 41 going to be like.
But I just wanted to check in and let you know that Survivor was tough for the players, because think about it. We had an entire year where we weren't shooting, so all we had was time to think. And that's a dangerous thing, and it led to us creating a new game that is much more dangerous. You could refer to it as Survivor 2.0. You could call it Dawn of a New Era, which it is. You could refer to Survivor 41 by saying drop the 4, keep the 1, because this is a brand new game. All of these are true. But here's the best way to think of this new version of Survivor. Survivor 41 is like the monster in a horror movie. And if you're a player, it's coming for you. So either you devour the monster or the monster will devour you.
And so I feel like, and maybe this is, crazy talk. I feel like these things are all intertwined, where maybe that, get the Charlie Day gif ready to go of, I think that this is where Survivor is headed of what happens when we push people to beyond their personal limits. How do they respond? I think in the alternate universe where Survivor 41 happens, we filmed Survivor 41. It airs in the fall of 2000. There's no coronavirus. I think we're down the rabbit hole of all of the fire tokens and then twists on and I think that we've gone in a different direction, and I think that we're going to see less of the fire tokens, less of the advantages, and more of the like, what is the version of carrying the log up and down the hill? What happens to people when we push them beyond their limits? And I think it's interesting. It may not be like my favorite thing about Survivor, but I kind of feel like that for so many of us, like every day is kind of the edge of extinction of that, like can we go on every day? Like what's keeping us going up and down the hill? We just do it. We've all been tested and pushed well outside of our comfort zone over the last year and a half. And I don't know, like it had it hit different for me going into this rewatch. And I really do feel like that the scenes with Ethan getting ready to give up and continuing to push on, the idea of like not raising the sail on the edge of extinction. I think that this is where the show is potentially going with the contestants in Survivor 41.
Survivor 41, the edge of Sisyphus.
Mm-hmm.
Rob, thank you for saying that every day is the edge of extinction, because previously I said Yule going was good because it wasn't the dumpster fire of my actual life. Thank you. Taran, maybe you should say something sad about your life and then we're all in it together. But I mean, Rob, my sweet Rob, sweet Rob, you think that because they're going to do more survival stuff, more of the like log challenge stuff, that they're going to have fewer advantages, fire tokens, game mechanics? No. We'll have both of those things. We lose all personal content. So all personal content will be survival based, will be how hard this is. We lose like the characterization. But it's nice that you have faith in the show that they might trade like one iffy thing for another iffy thing. I mean, like, hot take, I liked the log challenge. I liked watching it because I would pay money to watch Ethan Zahn talk about what he's been through and his experience. But I think like a lot of these cons that I'll come in to defend, and Edge of Extinction should probably be the next one, like it wasn't good in and of itself. It just was carried by the cast. Something like fire tokens, not good. We'll talk about it in the con list, but carried by the cast so that it was entertaining. And like, yeah, hearing from Ethan about it all, watching Nat's journey was compelling because I love these people as human beings and as Survivor characters, but it wasn't good. So I hope that that isn't what they took from it. I mean, we have not been asking for Survivor to be the monster. We've not been asking for any of this. We just asked. I mean, they did listen to some important things as well, but
yeah,
you have a lot more faith in the show than I do, which I wish for your optimism. I do.
I just think that, and again, it was something that I, found to be more emotionally charged on the rewatch of the, seeing Ethan like face like his breaking point in these challenges and some of the other survivors.
Because it's Ethan though. Because it's like,
but it also came up in the coconut challenge of like I can't go up and down the hill again to get the coconuts, but I'm going to do it anyway. I do wonder if the show feels like what we will do is that we will push the contestants harder physically. And like an orange, we are going to squeeze the juice out of them. that we will force a breakthrough to happen on television because of how hard we're going to try to make the game.
I think that you both make good points here. I think Rob, I think you've done some amazing detective work. Thank you so much for that presentation because it was enthralling. But I do also see Shannon's point here in that I think you're right, Rob. I think this has to be the germ that grew into what the eventual monster. Yeah, sure. The monster concept. I think this is something that Survivor has always been interested in. I mean, the very concept of it to begin with, right, is pushing their limits, and I think that. I always get Edge of Extinction confused with the first Exile Island. Was a concept that they tried. Redemption Island. They've always been interested in this kind of thing. They're like Jeff definitely loves like the image of like somebody pushing past. They have no gas left and they still go. And what kind of moments can you get from that? But I think they've never been able to really really grasp it. And I think that they fully did in Winners at War. And I think Shannon is right. I think that it happened because we knew these people really well and we cared about them, and it made that much more impactful. I'm concerned that if they think that they can lean into this with a cast of all new players, the level of investment isn't there as much. Like this person I just met a couple of episodes ago, if they're struggling to get up a hill,
no, don't care.
They probably have a cool story.
Yeah,
I might get emotional about the story in the moment, but it's not going to feel quite the same. And so I think Rob, you're also right that in order to make it work, they do need to lay off of the advantages. They do need to lay off of the overly gamey portions of the show and focus more on character. If that's the direction that they want to go in, will they do that? I think is a good question. But I think this is an interesting point that, like, I do think that this element of the season is something that has sparked at least their creative juices, and I think that's probably what they're looking to recreate moving forward. It's probably what they saw as something that was very successful on Winners at War, and that they would like to recapture moving forward.
Yeah, I think that when whatever sort of like internal conversations they had when they went back to Winners at War, like what worked here, what didn't work here, what are the themes we want to continue to explore? I just think
what are the themes? You could do that in the song tune.
And there's no themes.
What are the themes we're trying to explore? Yeah, Winners at War. Yeah.
So when they I think got together, like I wonder if sort of like they looked around like the fire tokens, like did this work? Like, did we get what we wanted to do? And Jeff talked about in the preseason, like fire tokens are here to stay. That's going to be the next direction of this game. You know, we're going to continue to evolve the fire tokens. But I just wonder, like, as they went back and thought about what they were doing with the show, like I think the idea of exploring the human condition under duress, I think became the more interesting idea of where they wanted to go. And I think that you get that there on the edge of extinction. Now, if you saw it taking place inside of the game, like do people ultimately feel differently about it? Where I think that was sort of like what they were trying to do with the edge of extinction in the first place, where if you go and listen to like Survivor 38 pre-season stuff, Jeff says like, yeah, what will happen if people are pushed, to the limit? Like how much will they do to stay in the game when they're pushed? I think that this is
make it shorter. That really pushes people to as an idea. Yeah.
I just like I feel like that this idea of breakthroughs coming from people under dire physical straits, that will people give up, or will they have some sort of like a breakthrough on the show? Like I feel like that is what we're gonna see more of the show trying to incorporate into the 40s.
Hopefully they binged Solitary during quarantine, because I feel like that would help.
I don't know. I am upset about this if that is the way that it's going. You've done a lot of good, convincing research. I just feel like there's like the genesis of something valuable there. And this game isn't about all the mechanisms. This game is about like people and their struggle and their life and their character. Let's make that into a mechanism. No, you just strip it back. There's enough there. There always has been. So, I mean, I don't doubt that is completely the read and the take that they would take from the season of like, how do we gamify the human condition? Like, no, just give us a window to the human condition. But that's probably not what they did, because they said, the whole monster thing. So, look, that's concerning. I don't see that it's a pro. Like, unless you're just saying we'll have fewer mechanisms, which I don't think that's the one thing I don't think.
Yeah, the pro for me is just that just the idea of can you still keep going when you have nothing left to give? That I feel like that they did not know what we were all facing, and I feel like that a lot of us deal with that question every single day.
We get it.
At this point,
life.
And again, this is something that they stumbled into, I think, in the show, because I did not really appreciate Ethan carrying the logs so much in the real time, but I just that it hit differently for me on the rewatch, and I think it's I've seen some clues that I think this is where they want to go more in the future.
Okay, can I bounce off of this, Rob, and give a pro?
Yes.
But that was the loosest pro ever.
I'm gonna make a pro off of this for myself at least, and I'm gonna say that my pro for this season is Edge of Extinction. Genuinely, Edge of Extinction.
Wow.
Okay, because I had it as my top con, but then like paragraphs defending it, so we went in a different way about what it. No, because it is a con. Like in terms of objectively, people will say would have been the best season ever if it didn't have Edge of Extinction. Like, so I think fandom wise, it's a con.
But I'm saying it's a pro. I'm saying objectively, it's a pro. And here's why. What did it do to the game? Not that much. Right? Like, here's the thing. I think Edge of Extinction as a concept is terrible. It can damage the game in a lot of different ways, but I don't think it damaged this game all that much. And what I do think it did for this game is something that is unique to this particular season. It's not something I want to see come back again. It's not something I want to see in another season, because I don't care about the people on Edge of Extinction in other seasons, but I did care about the people on Edge of Extinction in this season. And getting to have, and this is something that we talked about preseason, I remember, at least we're going to get to see all of these people on our screens for the entirety of the season. And honestly, I wanted more. I wanted more from Edge of Extinction. There was a lot that happened out there. And there was something really compelling about watching, being able to see Ethan and Parvati and Boston Rob and Tyson out there eating the peanut butter, and all of these things, and watching them, not only watching them on Survivor again and getting to see them and not having to live without them on our screens, but also getting to see them contend with losing. Like, what is it like for these people to have just lost Winners at War, and like, how much are they fighting here? And that we are getting the Ethan scenes, and we are getting, how do they handle it? Sandra just bounces. And I would have loved to see more Sandra, but that response too is like, okay, so like, this is Sandra's way of contending with her loss, right? And there's so much there in terms of character study. They're not really playing the game out there. And it's probably focused too much on puzzles and, scavenger hunts and stuff like that. But there's a real human element there, especially in many of the secret scenes, that I really, really enjoyed. And it really makes the season for me to get to see all these people and get to spend more time with them, and in their darkest hour. And it's so compelling. And it completely ties into, I think, what Rob is saying about, watching them sit through. Not only have they lost, their hopes of winning $2 million, of winning Winners at War, of being that person, are basically wiped out, and they're commiserating with each other, and they're also miserable because it sucks out there and they have barely anything, and they're being forced to walk up a hill a billion times. And these are like the strongest people. These are the people who we got the edits that were perfect of. We very rarely seen the flaws of these people. And we're now getting to see them as humans contend with these things, and that was in some ways more compelling than the game itself was for me at times. And so for me, it was absolutely a pro. I couldn't imagine watching this season without Edge of Extinction.
Yeah, hard agree, Taran. I mean, disclaimer, Edge of Extinction is the worst twist to ever be created. It's laughably terrible. It seems like they went out of their way to make something bad. Now that we're past that, what Edge of Extinction was in this season to me is the outcast in Pearl Islands. In that it's a bad twist. They shouldn't have done it. They should never do it again. Absolutely do not condone what happened here. It worked out. Didn't decide the outcome of the season, and gave us value in the season. Made the Pearl Islands merge more interesting. Gave us a couple of characters who made it really fun again. And Edge of Extinction was that for me here. Didn't decide the outcome. If anything, it makes Tony's game more impressive that he was fighting against us, like, as he vocalizes, very unfair twist. And we do usually with Edge of Extinction, as you're saying, it's like, I only care about one of you because one of you is coming back, but I don't know which one yet, but all of the rest of you I don't care about. But in this one, I cared so much about them, and it fits so well into the legacy theme of the season, celebrating the legacy, that we just hung out with these characters for so much time, saw their struggles, saw, as you said, how they deal with a loss, and like the winners who had lost before, like a Tyson, versus like how is it going to affect the Wendells, the Adams who've never lost before, was really interesting. I think we got a lot of good content from it. I enjoyed Nat's journey a lot, and it really, for me, helps the pain of her being first boot, knowing that she is going to come back, not win, because that would have, dropped the season from first to like in the 20s for me, but still be hugely validated for her efforts to come second in Winners at War, which is really impressive, and to play like the best Edge game. I think I got like a lot out of it, the loved ones on it, so many moments that I am grateful for. I hope they never do it again. They probably shouldn't have done it because the risk was too great, that it could ruin the whole season if that person wins. But considering that person didn't win, there was a lot of enjoyment we can take from it. Also, Sandra like giving the middle finger to Edge of Extinction was extremely cathartic for me. I like that part. Like there's a lot there. And it doesn't ruin the season for me because it doesn't decide the outcome. Tony played one of the best games ever. He never got voted out. And he never even got a vote. So it worked out fine.
Yeah. I still didn't love the Edge of Extinction here on the rewatch. I think that, we had a game that was like super complicated, and especially like in like the first half of the merge, like I don't think we had any idea really what was going on in the game. So it really like took away valuable screen time. And like if we would have been able to get the Edge of Extinction stuff on a secret scene or like Paramount Plus, like sort of like 15 minutes.
Are you like a sponsor for Paramount Plus?
I would have. I mean, I'm the sponsor for something that doesn't exist. Like watch like Survivor on Paramount Plus.
I would have taken a whole separate show of just them on Extinction.
Yeah. I mean, the secret scenes of Winners at War are like a top 10 season to me. Just the secret scenes, there was so much gold on the cutting room floor, but like they didn't have enough time. And that's a con we can talk about, but it's like, to me, it's like a bit of a different con.
Yeah. And so that, you're spending time with these people. It was like great to see sort of like what's going on, but it did feel like that it was like secret scenes that made their way into the episode as opposed to things that were going on like on the main stage.
Yeah, secret scenes that are Ethan's on talking about his cancer journey. As I said, I'd pay money. I'd pay money to watch him talk about it. Like for me, there was extreme value because I love these people so much that like I really am okay with it. And there was for me a very prevalent anxiety during the show that I had to root against, people who came back, someone like a Nat, and not want her to win because I wouldn't want anyone to win from the Edge, and that person would win. Like that really was a concerning thing for me during the show actually airing. And I remember saying at the finale, like, this will be so fun on a rewatch. I can just like root for Nat's journey and enjoy it and not be scared that it's going to like ruin the season and ruin the whole impact of the season. And I can confirm on the rewatch, that was extremely fun for me. It was a different viewing experience. Be like, yeah, Nat, go beat Edge of Extinction. Like be the best at this, but don't win because that will ruin the season for me. And I knew she didn't. So it was fun on the rewatch for me. And I could enjoy all of Edge of Extinction knowing this isn't going to impact the game. We're still going to get the winner we should have got. But you know what? Enjoy the ride. Enjoy spending time with Rob and Amber together. Amber's really beautiful confessional on the Edge. The loved ones, like just spend time with these people that you've spent like 20 years caring about. And on the rewatch, especially without any of that anxiety, like that was something I was absolutely able to do.
Yeah, and I will say, like, the con that I snuck in there during the pro is that I do think that they spent way too much time on scavenger hunts that I didn't care about. They could have completely removed the challenge component of Edge of Extinction, and I would have been much happier in general.
Yeah.
Except for the log was good.
The fact that it could work out, that I could be as high on it as I am, I think, again, it's just casting. It's just the cast. They could elevate anything. I would watch these 20 people sit around and watch grass grow. I'd watch them watching grass grow and their commentary on it. Like, it made even the log challenge interesting. Yeah, and I come in saying it didn't ruin the season because it didn't decide the outcome. That's all that matters to me. But if we're going to put out, other pros or cons, I mean, I guess like a small con would be timing. They didn't have enough time. So I mean, that's not really, I think we all agree on that. I'm going to give a different con then. The whispering. I don't have a defense to this. And the whispering to me is something I was more, I think like vaguely negative on at the time. I was like, this doesn't feel right, but like we need a solution. In the rewatch, I was like, ban the whispering, like done. No getting out of your seat. This is Tribal Council. It is a TV show. It's not just a game. This is bad TV. And it added like a 10% layer of like incomprehensible, kind of shallow, largely irrelevant, sometimes relevant, but like largely irrelevant chaos that made all of the meaningful chaos just become too much. And we like lost the thread of what was actually happening to the like white noise of whispering. No more, ban it. Also, the one thing is that like if someone plays like a mid tribal council advantage, like, you know, safety without power or a vote steal, seems a little unfair to ban whispering then. If something changes the game, whispering can only be done with subtitles and with post-tribal council confessionals telling us what the hell is going on, because there was way too much time spent. Yeah. And we had such little time and we couldn't even hear what they were freaking saying. It was driving me crazy. Yeah, extreme con for me.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know, the idea of like whispering, like right before the vote is about to happen. I mean, the idea of that happening in Big Brother is like, oh man, this is amazing. Even if we have no idea what they're saying in the moment, because in Big Brother, what they would do is that in the next episode they'd flash back and tell us what was happening, and they would have showed like, why did that vote happen? Well, let's find out. Previously on Big Brother, this is what was happening. These whispers happened. They do that with double evictions a lot. On Survivor, they don't. On Survivor, we're lucky if they cut to that night, them coming back and being like, oh crap. And we never really know what happened during the whispering. I love the concept of whispering. I don't want them to ban whispering. I just want them to edit it better. I want to know what it is that's happening either in the moment or after the fact.
The moment. That's for me. Saying moment so many times on the Winners at War podcast.
That's what I would say, the editing of the whispering more so than the whispering itself, because I think the whispering is fun. And here's the thing too, though. Sometimes the whispering was happening and it made absolutely no difference. It got to a point where they were whispering for the sake of whispering. And in that case, just cut it out. Cut it out of the episode. We don't need it.
Yeah.
I mean, like in terms of the whispering, I think they would play better if they knew it wasn't an option to them. Like just because they just do it because they can. If we would have like, no more getting out of your seat, guys, like they would then have that chaos at camp and we could then view it like a TV product. If you're saying that you want whispering, again, I'm saying ban it, but if you're saying you want it, what I'm saying about post-tribal confessionals, we take them to the I don't know logistically. At nighttime, they're doing confessionals. I want to hear them in tribal council. I want to hear every, especially because they're going to the edge, like they're still in the game. We have a confessional. Then Jeremy starts whispering to me and he says, blah, blah, blah. When we see them talking, we hear Tony above it or Sophie or whatever telling us what is going on in tribal council with confessionals, because we don't give confessionals in tribal council because we can hear what's happening. It's like a stage show until it's not. So no more whispering. We can't hear that isn't subtitled. Like, what are we watching?
Yeah. In watching a lot of these older seasons, the players are not allowed to get up and walk around. We've explored this a great deal where JT gets up and in Game Changers and truly, he becomes a game changer in that moment, because then people do it throughout all the seasons. I would prefer it if you couldn't get up out of your chair. Like, I feel like that Jeff used to say, like, hey, I think that Kathy asks, like, hey, could me and Vesepia go and talk about this? Like, no, you're in an open forum. You could say whatever you have to say here. I feel like that makes for better television. Can I add to this point that it's not even the whispering that is my biggest con with the tribal councils. It's the actual talking at tribal council. I think that this is so much wasted time in the show that there is like 4-5 minutes of Jeff asking questions to the players that are meaningless.
Yeah.
I'd say 90% of what we even get in the episode
is
just, and first off, it's theater. Nobody's saying anything. Maybe at best you get like some analogy for what's going on, but how many times do we have to talk about it? And I mentioned this point earlier of that, this is actually really complicated. There's so many things that you have to think about, that people could be lying to you. And what if there are advantages? Oh my God, that's such a great point. What do you think? Like, oh yes, that you could be telling somebody one thing and then are they lying to you? who's to say? This is Survivor. Everybody's a great player. We waste, so we could be learning so much more about what the players are doing going into Tribal Council, as opposed to hearing them just talk about like their sort of like press conference-y lies about what's actually happening.
Yeah.
Yes.
Rob, I think you're the perfect person to recognize this, because I think that this becomes the things that are meaningless and pointless and boring become glaringly obvious when you're rewatching a season, and you're rewatching many seasons over and over. You start to realize at what point your eyes are glossing over and you're not listening to a single thing that's being said. And for me, only rewatching a few seasons for these, a lot of that was Tribal Council. I was like vaguely listening for like a funny quote here or there. But beyond that, I was just like, oh, this is a time for me to sort of like finish up notes on other things that I didn't have time for, because the Tribal is mostly pointless. There are sometimes some funny things that happen. Very rarely stick to the plan, some things that happen that are strategically relevant, but like 95% of the time, it's just useless. Don't need it.
Yeah. And if you get stick to the plan, you show more. Like, definitely still film Tribal Council for hours. Just show us what's relevant. So I had a realization a few years ago where I was like, I don't think I really like Tribal Council. And I was like, I'm a Survivor fan who doesn't like Tribal Council. And I hid the shame that I have. And then a couple of years later, I said to my brother, I'm like, I want to admit something to you. Like, I don't really like Tribal Council. And he was like, me too. And I was like, oh my God, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I've been carrying this. And now that you're saying it, I think we can agree, like, yeah, it's the press conference. I'd rather see them actively tell us or talk to each other about legitimate plans. Now, this isn't a winners at war thing. This is the show. But it becomes painfully apparent when every single second counts in the most frenetic season of all time, where you have 19 or 20 players in every episode and the Edge, sometimes 3 tribes in the Edge. There's a lot going on. I would agree. When I'm binging it, I'm 1.5 at camp. I'm 2.3 in the challenges. I'm like 2 times the Tribal Council. I'm like, this is the least, it is the second least important thing to me after the challenges. And I'm so glad that we can like share this with each other and like admit it in a really safe space, because I've carried the shame that like this, this thing of the show, the staple of the show is like, to me.
Just gotten very, very bloated over 40 seasons, where when I watch these really old seasons, that Survivor Tribal Council is not the whole segment after we go to, like, it's not like we go to a commercial, we come back from a commercial and then do an entire 5th segment of the show. At Tribal Council, it would be, we'd they'd have the challenge and go back to camp. And I know that like the strategy before Tribal Council is also expanded, but we didn't spend an entire act at Tribal Council. It was like the last half of the 5th act. And now it's the entire 5th act of the show. So it's just become very bloated and very meaningless.
You heard it here first. Tribal Council bad. Okay, there you go. I feel like we really hit on something big.
It's not bad.
It's just not as good as other things, and that doesn't make it bad.
All right, it is time to vote. Like, does anybody have anything important to say? No. All right, let's do it.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's carried in the moment, during the season, when you're watching episode by episode, it's carried by the tension of what's going to happen with the vote, who's going to be voted out. You're thinking about that. You're trying to read into what people are saying. You are feeling that tension in that moment. But I can't do it every time, Shannon.
You're gonna have to. You're gonna have to try.
So I think it works better when you're watching live. But I agree overall. I think that it doesn't need to be. Why are we having to carry it through this tension? Why can't we get something more interesting during that time, or whatever, right? So I think that it's as we said, like much more apparent through a rewatch, but I think that it's still definitely an area that we can improve.
Yeah, we just do it because we've always done it. We just do it because it's iconic. Like, yeah, have Tribal Council. Give us half as many non-answers. No whispering, but unless it's going to be the whispering that they were doing and the strategizing, I was like, I wish I saw this at camp. I wish that they had known this wasn't an option, and I was getting confessionals about it, and I was hearing their plans rather than just like vague whispering. Because I think something that they incorrectly relished, was like, this is chaos. And there was a lot of just like chaos montage, you know? And I didn't derive a lot of meaning from that because I don't want my strategy montage, whether in, you know, vague whispers or in literal montage form. So I think they were like, look how high intensity season 40 is. They're now whispering at their third tribal in a row. There's a montage of how fast paced the strategy is. And that didn't really work for me. I'd rather I saw the chaos by literally tracking how the strategy was moving in a legitimately fast way rather than, oh, chaos, because you're telling me it's chaos and I'm seeing a chaos scene that is meaningless.
Yeah. Especially like that period of the game that we're talking about where it's like from the start of the merge through like when we get through like up until like the Sophie vote, like we really have no idea what happened. We just hear from a lot of the players, wow, this is so confusing. This is the most strategizing I've ever seen. I can't believe it. There were people going here and left and right, and I couldn't believe how many conversations that were happening. Like, we could have seen some of the conversations.
Yeah. And the three of us spent a lot of time trying to like untangle that web in like hundreds of hours of Survivor podcast. And yeah, as I'm binging it, I'm like following it fine. I know what happens, obviously. Then it gets to like this like early merge part, especially like the second Tyson vote. I just wrote in my new notes. I was like, I don't really know what's going on. Check your old notes. Go back to the old notes. And the old notes were like, you know, like at every version of myself, even at its most highly analytical, some of this was like losing the thread of it for me. I think I could follow a lot. I think it's a season that rewarded 2 viewings a week, which is what I was doing for the podcast. And like, I like things that reward that extra kind of investment where little details, more clarity around when you're kind of watching it through again, but some things just lost the plot completely. And I think we're very down on that.
And the real truth like isn't even in there. Like there's like things like conversations that like from post-game interviews, they're like, oh, actually why that happened was like, oh, Tyson and Sarah Lucina had a conversation at nighttime at the beach, and then that happened and that snowballed. And so like there's no way to actually even figure out what's going on from watching the episodes.
Yeah.
I would agree.
And I think that's a major con of the season for me as well, especially that portion of the season. But it's something that I'm kind of used to right now because I feel like the more strategically complex the game gets, the harder a time it is for the editors to correctly portray. We're seeing that in Big Brother this season. So it's unfortunate, and it's another criticism I have of the edit in this regard, where I really do feel like they could have done a better job. We've already pointed out a lot of the areas where they could have spent that time. Time management in general, we continue to point out as a con for the season. And it's, again, just like I wanted more. I just wanted more. And I wish that we could have gotten more. And that's not necessarily up to the editors or even the producers of the show. But I do think that they could have spent their time better. And I wish that instead of hearing about how complex it was, that I could have seen more of how complex it was. So
Definitely.
Okay. I feel like we've had maybe a couple of cons in a row. Come back with a pro?
I mean, I've got a lot of pros, but I just threw out that con.
Okay.
Shannon, go for the pro, because I've got another con loaded up.
Okay. A pro. I enjoyed the gameplay. Now, this might be controversial. I saw a lot of like people who like Winners at War don't care about gameplay. I was like, that's me. Classic non-gameplay. That's Taran. Like, okay. I enjoyed the gameplay of the show. I thought there was several gameplay highlights. The Sophie vote, Taran and I have discussed so much, and I've discussed how we've discussed it. A highlight in that plurality vote. It was incredible.
Beyond the Sophie vote, though?
The Denise move. Now, you can agree with it or you cannot, but it is historic that she sent Sandra home with her own idol. And I think the Ethan boot, that plurality as well, the blind side of the blind side that then, you know, breaks it wide open. I think to me, those are like the 3 key gameplay moves that I think stand out in any season. I also, for me, as I was analyzing it weekly, I did enjoy the like shifting dynamics and kind of driving themes of old school, new school, lion, hyena, whatever was kind of being driven. I enjoyed that because, you know, there's no passive player in Winners at War. Even when people are being passive, it's an active choice. And every player did have like their own individual agenda. So whether it was something concrete like the Sophie boot, like Denise's move, or whether it was shifting patterns through the week, something we called a Cold War at the time on the podcast, whether it was, you know, whatever part of that it was, I really enjoyed the shifting gameplay, again, largely due to the players and the casting. But for me, this was a pro, and that might be controversial. I think a lot of these pros and cons could maybe fit on either side, but I enjoyed it.
I'm with you. I think it is, if you're trying to find like the big moments of the season, you are looking at Sophie, you're looking at Denise and Sandra. You're looking at a few of these like key moments that were big parts of the season. But for me, what I enjoyed throughout is that it did feel very live throughout the entire season. It didn't feel like things were locked in until the very end. And even then, there was that undercurrent of like, what if, with Edge of Extinction. But there were so many individual power struggle for, who had this person's loyalty, where was this person going to go? There was, when you look at it in hindsight, it looks like, okay, so Tony had this, then he did this, and then he had that. But in reality, it was so many moving pieces at all times. And that's why I think they had so much trouble portraying it at many of those points. But that was very interesting to me to know that all of these players were trying to fit their own or find their own path forward. Each individual one had their own point of view and their own sort of strategy for how to make things happen. And it was a struggle throughout in order to find eventually Tony's winning path. That was very difficult, I think, for them to see and for us to see how he came up with that. How, like, through all of this chaos and all of these people, Kim, Jeremy, Sophie, so many people pulling in so many different directions, and then all of a sudden, Tony makes the one big move, and it's like, Gandalf the White coming through and being like, "Boom, I'm here," and at that point, he just kind of storms through. But prior to that, it was so messy and it was so complicated, and that's I found that very fascinating, even though I wasn't always aware of every piece of it like I would be in Big Brother. I could tell that it was happening, and there were parts of it that I was able to enjoy that were able to be portrayed. So kind of a con in terms of how it's portrayed, but definitely a pro in terms of how the game played out.
Mm.
Yeah, I feel like that there certainly were highlights that I feel like that overall, like this isn't my favorite season to watch as far as the gameplay is concerned, just because that I feel like that there's so much going on and because it's so unclear. Like I find it to be more confusing than there is like where I'm sort of like really engaged and I'm able to follow along with the gameplay and being able to sort of like understand like, well, was this a good move? Was this a bad move? Because I feel like I just don't have all of the information and I don't necessarily know like what everybody else like wants to do. Like there's so many players that we don't ever really get like what their plans are. Like what's Nick's final three? What is he trying to do?
He says
like,
Nick says that he wants to go in with the people who he can beat, and he like says he's like, I can't beat Jeremy, Tony, Sarah. So he's like going in, like we get that tiny confessional from Nick, but he's probably like the most underedited person on the season.
Yeah, but I hear that, and I think that I'm also somebody that came at it from I was listening to at least summaries of like Nick's Twitch streams at the time to hear what he was thinking, and like I like there was extra information that was required, I think, to get some of the more nuanced pieces of the game that I was able to enjoy. So yeah, I would again separate it. Like I think the way it was portrayed in terms of the viewing experience, especially from the episodes, was a con. But the actual game, once you're able to like listen to the postseason interviews and listen to the thought process, is really fascinating. And being able to do a rewatch, knowing some of that stuff, made it more enjoyable for me.
Yeah, like I was as well, like pouring through, watching the episode multiple times, every additional bit of content I could, obviously listening to a ton of podcasts, creating my own podcast. Like most people don't create the content we did about this season. Like if anyone was kind of going to try and find some meaning in it, it was going to be us. And maybe that's not the viewing experience a lot of people want. But for me, I actually did have fun trying to like find the threads. Because I just enjoyed that experience as like a personal thing. But I do agree, like there was chaos in it. But I think when people say it wasn't like a gameplay heavy season, it did have one of the most dominant wins of all time. Like everything Tony's doing is spectacular. That Sophie vote for me, up there with one of my favorite votes. Like that to me is the heroes versus villains merge. That's that one of how well that was done. That's the gameplay. And then you do have Ethan, Sandra. There's enough there that's like clear and cool as well and not confusing. So I think there was enough there. I mean, like, your mileage may vary, but I don't think it should be this is a non-gameplay season.
No, I think that if anything, like, I feel like that the gameplay like isn't clear. I think that that's my bigger note with all of it, where that there certainly was like a lot of gameplay happening, but I feel like that it's where I feel like you're left with your head spinning more often than you're left with like, like I'm having a lot of fun engaging with what I just saw on my television.
I could see that.
All right, I do have another con here.
Yes,
and it does involve fire tokens.
Good.
Yes.
Thank you. I haven't had enough time to use my props, guys.
It's time to talk about the fire tokens, because I do think there were a couple of moments, a couple of things.
Are you doing this on purpose? I can't stop.
You've put it in my head. Now I'm just using the word.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
There were a couple of times where I really enjoyed the fire tokens. In the beginning of the season, it felt interesting to me, even though some people were skeptical. And of course, extortion is amazing. However, apart from that, what the hell?
Yeah, no.
Like they basically amounted to nothing. It felt like I wasted my time. It felt like I felt like I felt like I gave you guys the benefit of the doubt. Everyone else was telling me the fire tokens were going to be dumb, but I was like, this is kind of interesting. Who are they going to leave it to? Where are these going? Fire token management is a thing. And then nothing. They just amounted to basically nothing.
Hey, Taran, if you feel like that you got taken for a ride, imagine how Nick Wilson felt on day 36 when his 6 fire tokens amounted to being able to get 75% of being able to make Ben have a 30% disadvantage in the challenge.
Yeah, 8 fire tokens for that. I mean, I've here as well. It feels like the contestants got tricked into caring about fire tokens, but that wasn't the show's intention. And definitely going back on the rewatch, when you're watching Sandra give up her whole game for 2 fire tokens, which again are going to become a quarter of Ben's disadvantage in a challenge, you're like, ouch. Are they playing the contestants? But that's not their intention. I mean, you can say the word economy as many times as you like. Yeah. But this was not that. There was no consistency. There was no objectivity. There was no transparency or really thought given to it. Any fun that we had with it, Denise's move, extortion, was because the cast is great and they gave us fun moments with it. But the actual mechanism was thoughtless and it was such a letdown at the end. Well, I remember because I think, Rob, we did the voicemails before the penultimate episode. We're like, where is this going to go? What's it going to be? And it, nothing. So that's a con.
That, just to be fair, they actually did have value to the people on the edge of extinction. To the actual players in the game, they were bupkis. Yeah,
for sure. I mean, Michelle has a lot on it reminded me that I am loved. It's like, yes, but yeah. But it was not an economy. I actually think I was enjoying them picking how many coins to sell it for from the edge. I think they should have just done that the whole time, because that gives them a decision of how much they think people can pay for it. That gives it more of an objectivity where they do that through the whole game. But to mix and match with now it's 1, now it's 2, now it's 6, now you decide why and when. It was frustrating how bad it was, and it's something we've tried to workshop since. How can this work with things like more objectivity? I will say, I don't think US Survivor has the time. I don't think there's any version of this that we can kind of, even a good version of it that really can come across in 40 minutes. Maybe Survivor South Africa's 55 minutes could take something like this. Yeah. But I don't think US Survivor could even do well with the best of fire tokens based on the time.
Mm-hmm.
It just wasn't balanced for me. It's just if you're going to introduce a concept like this, it needs to be properly balanced. It was absolutely not even remotely balanced. And it was really disappointing, because I think it could be interesting. The Genius does really well with garnets. And there's something.
Genius is so much smarter than Survivor.
Yeah.
They know what they're doing.
But it's also the Genius is what? Almost it feels like it's 10 years old at this point. They did this basically what? 7 years ago, and you can't figure this out. Come on, just watch the Genius. They got it.
Yeah, there's so many things where you're like, okay, production, if I were to ask you why, could you give me a reason? Why does Sarah have to pay for an idol but go to the other camp at night to get it? And like the answer would be shrug emoji. Like no one else has to do that. Like where is the thought in any of this? It just felt completely random. And it would have been nice if there was like some, like for their economy, if there was a measured inflation to this with some sort of ultimate payoff for people who were actually in the game of Survivor, would have been a lovely thing. But look, we had our fun because of the cast. It was a letdown for sure. They didn't. It was over their head of how to create this and make it work.
And I think the best parts of the fire tokens came up, in the extortion episode where, Tony has to collaborate with other people to be able to try to get fire tokens. And I do think that maybe there is an idea there of like, okay, you can get an immunity idol in the game for 5 fire tokens, but nobody themselves has 5 fire tokens. So you need 2 or 3 other people to go in with you and pool your fire tokens. To be able to work together to form a coalition to be able to use a power and use your fire tokens, but that just wasn't there. And this ends up just between with complicating some of the worst stuff in the season of the Wendell and Yule tribal councils where we're trying to extort or not an extort, but you give me a fire token and I'll give you fire tokens. It's just we're spinning our wheels here.
Yeah, no, I would agree, especially because it ended up being so meaningless and it felt like the contestants were getting tricked. That, especially on that Stele 2.0 fire tokens led by Yule, I think, and Wendell, they were all, very token focused. That's a very gamey tribe. And tokens was such a huge part of it. I'll work with you if you give me a token. Well, will you give it to me now? Will you give it to me later? Ironically, Sandra's going home on the other tribe because of it. But it just, it honestly in the rewatch feels like the show is like that meme of the producers laughing at them being like, you're throwing away your whole game for what you're going to end up pooling on rice on day 30, whatever, which is pretty painful. So I would agree that's a con.
And to tie this back to the tribal council questioning of it all, there's one of the tribal councils, Jeff is just asking them about what does it mean that there's fire tokens in the game? Sarah, how does it feel to know that there's fire tokens? Oh, wow. And we're talking about doing a press conference bluster about the fire tokens, which don't even matter.
Yeah, that's the worst on the worst. That's badception. Just we don't want fire tokens. We don't want to talk to tribal council, and we absolutely don't want to talk to tribal council about fire tokens. So extreme con.
Yeah. Okay. I really feel like that this was a big thing though, that with the pandemic, I think we would have gone right back to the well with the fire tokens. And I really am feeling, and I could be dead wrong about this, that I don't think fire tokens are a big part of Survivor 41.
I mean, they shouldn't have tried it out with the winners. They should have tried it out beforehand. If it didn't work, don't give it to the winners. If it remotely works, like Edge of Extinction did in season 38, we let the winners evolve it. Because that was what the point of putting Edge of Extinction early was, right? To test it for the winners, and then it went so terribly wrong, and they were like, "Great, this will work." But they should have done that for fire tokens and try to ascertain if this had worked in any way before throwing it into such a packed season without knowing for sure that it would work when it didn't. So, I mean, I have a similar con to this if we're willing to. I mean, it's just a small one, but it's adjacent. Something that I know that people are upset, or something that maybe it prevents it from being top tier for people is other modern twists that, for a modern season, they'll just never compare to the old season. Something like new jury format, a lot of idols, fire making it 4, which is something I'm obviously negative on. For me, my defense of that would be this is the game now, if I can't like a modern season or have a top tier because it has these inbuilt new mechanisms that I don't really like fire making and Final Four, then I just don't like the show anymore, and I do still like the show. So that would be my defense of people who are but it had fire making and stuff. Also, all of this was lessened by the Edge, which is huge compared to these, and then Tony had to use these things to fight against the Edge, but it became fairer in that way when up against this Goliath that was the Edge. So for me, it doesn't take away too much from it. And as well, like the cast do everything they can with these twists, most emotional fire making, like really good TV, fun idol finds, fun final tribal council. So like I was enjoying it, even though it's things I don't agree with in the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, we're on the same page.
Since we're here, let me add a pro that you mentioned the final four fire making here in this season with Tony and Sarah. And look, I understand that Tony and Sarah are not everybody's favorite alliance of all time. A message heard from people who say that that's one of the reasons why they don't like this season. They don't like seeing the alliance of the two police officers. But I will say that I feel like that this relationship is very earned over 3 seasons together, and really 2 together, and in Game Changers ultimately, Sarah wins with sort of like playing like vicariously like with the spirit of Tony in Survivor Game Changers. That relationship between them, where the ebb and the flow of when Tony votes out Sarah or votes out Sophie, and then they get back together, and then they go to that final four fire making, and like they're getting like choked up, and Tony more so than Sarah, like before they even do the final four fire making. And after she loses, Tony's crying. He can't look at her. And just the way that they are going to like go up against each other, like that's powerful. Like you don't get that in every season of Survivor. And so I think that that's really one of the most emotional moments that we've had through the 40 season countdown.
Yeah, I completely agree. There's something really special about it, and it's built on the history that they have, and it's I think a reminder that these are real people with real emotions, with real attachments, and it's so interesting because they both had their own their perspectives on like how this was going to go, and the fact that Sarah was like, hey, if I get screwed because of this move you made, and like and
I'm never talking to you again.
Yeah, and there's so much there, and like it's obviously not what Tony wanted, but in a way it's what he set up, and like even if it hadn't gone that way, it probably would have ended in a somewhat similar way, right? So it's a great moment. I think that that when we get to these sorts of things, it's another thing that it can't exist quite on the same level in a regular season. Mm-hmm. These people who've known each other for 39 days might be emotional about the fact that they're having to go against each other in the end. There's something cool about that. That's the premise of the show. But when you're able to get a moment where you have the people who have now been friends for years, who have played before, who have worked together before, and there's a much stronger bond between them, and they're so brutally devastated by what they're having to do, but also he wins. And there's that mixed emotion of like there is one winner, and it's not like he's going to give it up for her. He's just sad that it has to be that way. And she is ultimately taken out by her closest ally and friend in the game, and they were able to help each other get there. There's so much there, and I do think that, at least from my perspective, I feel like these moments do get taken for granted at times, because we do get so wrapped up in fire tokens, edge of extinction, how predictable was the season, what was the edit like. We don't always talk about these human moments, and it's really, really compelling to me, at least, to watch them. And I think that maybe when you're outside of the like super analytical viewpoint of watching these shows, I do think these are the kinds of things that play really well with a more casual audience, that they do care a lot about these kinds of things. And I think this is a moment that really, really plays well on the season, and it's definitely a highlight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, and the fact that they are police officers, that and again, I totally understand that there are lots of reasons why police officers are not necessarily popular figures, and there's lots of things that need to be reformed about police work in general. The idea that they are police officers, and my father was a police officer for 27 years. The idea of like the partnership between two police officers, like it's different than like a lot of other professions where that they look at each other like as like a person that has like the other person's life in their hands. And so to have that sort of like a partnership that got them there, and then they're going up against each other, like I think that that's also like a very meaningful part of their story of this alliance, which was formed in the Philippines some 5-6 years earlier, like has come to fruition and taken them the distance in this game. And they did have each other's backs in this game, with the exception of the Sophie vote where Tony turned his back on Sarah, and ultimately culminates in this fire making challenge. Like it's a really like powerful and emotional story.
Yeah, that'll get you as a TV moment when she leaves and she's like, ooh, ooh, like that, it gets, there is 6 years here. And as people, as we're saying, that love the legacy of the show, there's a lot there. I mean, I'm not a big Sarah Lucina fan, but I'm a fan of them. I feel like Tony elevates her, where I'm like really interested in this dynamic. And I think that is incredible. The fire making is just absolutely a highlight of the season. There's a lot of like character moments that are highlights without necessarily needing to be gameplay. Adam and the podium idol would be an example. And I think there's like a Mandela effect with Tony and Sarah, because they've now run Winners at War together. I think they were compared a lot to like Nat and Jeremy. And I don't think it was that. Like Nat is Jeremy's kid's godmother coming into the show, and all we've known of them playing together is Nat's revenge of Jeremy and their incredibly close bond. Like what we knew and what the players knew, I think more importantly, about Tony and Sarah was he screwed her. He screwed like a pre-merge alliance of her and Cagayan. She plays without him. There've been like some good stuff out of the show, but also like some extreme beef. Like I don't think people knew that this was that tight as something like a Nat and Jeremy. I think that plays into their hands. I think early on, the fact that Dakal is obsessed with just weakening Boston Rob, taking up players like Amber and Tyson, allows them to slip under the radar. And they're even having things like, oh, I can't talk to you because people will see that as threatening. Imagine if Nat and Jeremy were like, well, we can't talk. Like it would be fruitless because, it's not blood, but it's pretty close with Jeremy. So I think there's like a difference there that goes a little missing. That we now see as different, because Tony and Sarah end up being this version of Tony and Sarah who run Winners at War, but that wasn't necessarily the perception, especially from the other players, to begin Winners at War. And that is also a credit to them, because I think that they do well with that to lessen their threat level as a duo.
Mm-hmm.
But I have this in like a larger pro of like player journeys.
Okay.
Which I think we can talk through. I mean, there's so many, like you touched on Ben, Taran. And that's going to be controversial that I love the quit. Like I loved it. There was so much here, kind of a different pro I had about things that are beyond the game, things that are, winners who have different win conditions. It's been talked about a lot because they've won. And for Ben, the fact that in the rewatch, especially, like it builds quite beautifully where he's talking about how he hasn't got any fire tokens for, the people voted out don't like him. He wanted to make friends. And it kind of keeps building to a point where I think he's really insecure about it. He talks about how it really affected his life on the outside last time. And he's like set on it to the point where he won't compromise on Denise, on throwing votes on her. They lose their idols that way. And then he just outright leaves for it. And for me, even as someone who is obsessed with the gameplay, is like largely watching the show for gameplay, like this to me is the humanity beyond the game that so much of the season was built around. It supported that season theme, I thought, really strongly. It was such an interesting evolution from a character's perspective from Ben. that a lot of these kind of new school players had. And I mean, I wouldn't have it any other way. Like, I think it spoke to something more important than the game. And that's what the season was trying to show.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember where that I got this from. I want to say it was from the exit interviews that I did at the end of the season. The next day, we did like phoners with the final five. I'm pretty sure that Ben did not want to go and be the 0 vote finalist.
Who would? What winner would,
And he had such a negative experience with his first time through when he won. And then it's like, oh, you just found the idols, and that you shouldn't have won. And I just think that was his worst case scenario, to go to the final three and then just get chewed out by the jury of, what did you even do, Ben? Like, and I just think
everything they said about you was right. You are a bad winner. Like, yeah, I think that would have been a lot for him.
Yeah, you stink, Ben. And I think that he really, especially on the heels of like making that mistake where that costing him the idol, I just think that he wanted to just like, okay, let me give up my spot to Sarah. And I think that, Taran, that's a move that maybe we don't see in a season where everybody hasn't won before already.
I mean, it's certainly possible that we don't see it. I think it's possible that we could, but I think that it's again, it's for me, it's the journey. It's it wasn't what people wanted to see, but it's what happened. It's something that doesn't happen very often. And this is a winner. This is a winner of the show, who was severely impacted by his win, by the response to his win. He comes on this season and clearly is not very respected by his peers either, right from the get-go. And that's something that, Tony and Sarah and a few others are able to, in a way, take advantage of, and in another way, fill that hole for him. And I think that he's never able to crawl out of the the hole that he's in, of the shame of not winning the right way, and really in a lot of ways. And I know that people have their own issues with Ben, but I think the general sentiment against Ben was primarily because of factors outside of his control. I mean, he wasn't the one that like asked for the fire making twist, but people are often very upset with Ben that it happened. And you can be upset with Ben for other reasons, but that is certainly one of the primary reasons the general sentiment is so anti-Ben. And so, he comes onto the season. He's, he's trying for a while. He's trying to be his own player and play his own game. But it doesn't really work. And instead he gets in with this crew, with people who accept him for who he is. And I genuinely think that, yes, I don't think he wanted to be a 0 vote finalist. I think that there was a lot of that involved, but I also do genuinely think that part of it too was, what? I reject this. I reject this judgment. I'm gonna make the decision that I think is right. And you're right. I think I've won $1 million. I like winning again would be great, but I like that was life-changing money for me. And
you don't say $1 million goes quick, but yeah.
True. Yeah. But like, I think that in making the move that he did, and you can agree with it or not, I think it's an attempt to shed that judgment and go his own way instead of trying to follow what people want him to do. People wanted him to the image that people wanted him to be. Like, how can I look good in the fans' eyes? When we see Michelle take this journey as well, she's trying to be something that the fans will appreciate. And instead of trying and failing along that path, he says, "Look, I have my own image of myself, and I'm going to follow that path." And if people judge him for it, they judge him for it, and I'm sure it still hurts him when people do, but he took that path, and I respect that to a degree. And I think it's really interesting to watch somebody go through a journey like that in a game like this, again, whether or not I found it entertaining ultimately that he did that, or whether or not I wanted him to do that, whether I would have found it more interesting had he been trying more or whatever. Just the fact that I can think this much about him and the decision he made and how he got there is honestly more compelling to me than like, I got locked out at 5 and I couldn't get any further. And so I had nothing I could do.
Yeah, I mean, even the fact that he is willing to risk his idol at 6 because he won't go to Denise because that relationship's too important to him. I mean, giving up the game for Sarah in the next vote is just such a natural progression of the fact that Ben would give up an idol for a relationship. Like, we're already there, and it was a very natural build for me in the rewatch. I think that this moment does personify 2 incredibly pivotal things of the season for me that are really poignant to me. The first being the win conditions. What is your win condition when you're all winners and only one of you can win with this cast? What else are you trying to get out of this? And the second part is an extreme mental health focus I would feel through the later portions of the game that I didn't really notice as much the first time, but even like Denise putting boundaries on how much chaos she's willing to really go with. And this whole tribal council they had where Ben does talk about how it affected him and Jeremy talks about how he needs to have like more fun because it affected him so poorly. And I think it was really interesting to me on the rewatch because I was like, these people are saying that they won $1 million. They won Survivor. They know what the pinnacle is of this. And they're still saying it's really nothing without your mental health. Like, they're willing to give up their games for these other win conditions that are important to their mental toll, their sense of self and their self-perception, the way that they engage with and enjoy this game, because their mental health is more important even than winning $1 million on Survivor. And I just thought that that was like a really interesting side story through the later parts of it. I've engaged with my mental health a lot through the last 2 years. It's like something that's so important to me. And I thought this was like such an interesting thing from such a specific group of people, Survivor winners, to talk about what mental health in reality TV is compared to winning the money and saying like mental health is more important. And I think that the way he perceives himself was vital for him to put relationships first. He couldn't have continued on not being that person. He needed to see himself that way. So it was like an essential move for him to make as a human. And I continue to love it and what it represents for the season.
Yeah, and Shannon, to add to that theme of mental health, it comes up on the edge of extinction as well. Tyson is talking to Wendell about that. This losing this game, really ruins people's lives, and they can't handle it. And,
from Tyson, who lost in such a humiliating way on Heroes versus Villains. So, like, who better to voice that?
Yeah. And, he's telling that to Wendell. He thinks that Wendell is going to be okay. He worries about Adam, he says in the scene. And, Adam seems like he is fine. And it seems like he took his loss here in stride. But, that is something that we get from the Edge of Extinction that builds on that theme.
Yeah,
that was one of my favorite parts of the moments of the whole season was that talk from Tyson.
There is so much here in player journey that I mean, Adam, we can talk, like, he became like the avatar of him being our representative as a super fan. Like, he did win, but sometimes it felt like he won a contest to be out there with these players. And he, to me, represented me. As I said, he brings in the Palesa idol, the podium idol that he only thinks is there because he watched season 6 of Survivor South Africa. I felt very included by Adam. Sophie emerging as a leader, that being like her win condition. And I think she says like, what a victory that was to her. Michelle, the fact that even though she becomes a 0 vote finalist, I think went up in many people's estimations because we saw the strategic side of the social game we've been hearing so much about. We saw it like quite plainly wielded. There's so much here, like Tyson coming back as a dad, Parvati coming back as a mom, and like how they engage with this thing that's been their life. And it's not anymore because having kids is their life, and what that like kind of evolution as a person is. There's just so much story here and so much character moments. Sorry, I know I'm doing it. But like there's so much there beyond the game, beyond gameplay of just where are you now since we last saw you? How did this game affect you? And how is this game going to kind of right those wrongs or make it worse? And we get to see all of that play out.
Oh, yeah. I think character journey is probably one of the best things about the season, easily. I do have another pro, though.
Yes.
It's a funny season. There's so many funny moments in the season.
It's true. It's funny.
And there are so many fun and funny moments throughout the season that are memorable to me in ways that they aren't in many other seasons. Like, well, there are a lot of funny moments in a lot of seasons, the jacket, right? Like, funny moment. There's some great stuff here in there along the way, but throughout this season, there's so many great instances of humor. The ladder that we talked about, a lot of things that Adam did, but obviously the podium idol is incredible, and it's a mixture of like genuinely passionate, strategic gameplay that is hilarious.
Yeah.
I've mentioned, but Tyson and his peanut butter is great. Tony and his extortion.
You got shot on by a bird. Like, this is a funny season. It was part of the end.
There's so many just like highlights of this season that were just so entertaining throughout, and for me that really added a lot to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would agree. And actually, something that's a pro for me that I will kind of tag along to your pro is the creativity of the editing. Like, I did enjoy the edit overall for its flaws, some more that we'll probably talk about. But you talk about predictability. They didn't have enough time, but I think that's a timing problem. Like, I think they did a lot with what they had. And there were these really fun editing tricks that they used to really cool effect and often very funny effect. Something like flashbacks they use well, montages, not chaos montages, but like something like the Nick keeps poking his head into conversations montage was really funny. And then like later on he does again. Very funny. Like, even it was kind of like sitcom-ish in some of the editing, when Parvati's like, we could extort a really chaotic player, and then it just kind of, before the ad break, it just like zooms in on Tony. There was something fun, like they were having fun with the editing, and it was a fun and funny season. And there was like all of these kind of new editing tricks that they used to be creative and have fun.
Yeah. Just also like the catching of the shark, also like
like with those like, confessionals.
I think it's like back to back. I think it was like we got like Yule, Wendell, Nick like reenacting Tony's screaming when he was catching the shark. That was really cool how they did that. So they did give us some times to have fun with the contestants.
Yeah, they play with these little tricks that they don't usually do, and I found that really enjoyable. Even like playing with silence, like when they went back to camp on like the early days of Cele, and because I was really struck by whatever they chose to spend the time on, knowing they didn't really have time. When they're willing to give like 30 seconds to the tension and the silence, you're like, this is important. So I think they had like little tricks with that, and I agree that it was a funny season, as I've spoken about. I mean, the ladder scene goes missing, that it is just like stomach achingly hilarious to me. Like all of these legends reacting to Tony at his most chaotic with this ladder. And then at the end where he's like, you guys can borrow my ladder. Mm-hmm. So I would agree. It's fun. It's fun and funny. Yeah.
Yeah. Can I go back to, in this, talking about the funny moments, talking about Adam trying to play the podium idol. But I think that just to tie it back to character arcs also, that I feel like that Adam's arc in the season is actually really fun and an incredible one to go back and watch. And I've had the luxury of, I've watched so many of these players' seasons, and especially a lot of these players, I've watched their season quite recently. And Adam is one of the players that I've gotten to see his season, Millennials versus Gen X, like within the last month, and then coming back and watching this. And, Adam Klein's game, and he had the chance to talk to David Bloomberg and Jessica Lewis on a podcast recently, like talking through why he won in Millennials versus Gen X. And in talking to the jurors from that tribal council, they posted the videos online, and a lot of them said, like, look, Adam tried a lot of things. It didn't always work, but we respected that he tried them. Like, he has a lot of crazy ideas, not all, and true to form. Here he is in this season, and not just the podium idol, that all over the place, that Adam Klein is going to come out on Survivor, and he's going to try to have some sort of a working relationship with every single player there, which, invariably pisses off the people he's working with. Of why is he talking to them? Why is he talking to, why is he trying to have something going on with everybody? And he's also going to try the most ambitious possible moves that are out there. And sometimes they will work and often they will not.
He tries to out Boston Rob. It's amazing.
He's playing with so much fire. Don't let it burn him. I mean, Adam, this is what I'm saying about kind of embracing the story we got. Because I think for most people, Adam's not a number one coming into it, not through any fault of his own, just because he's a modern winner. People are more attached to the old school legends. I mean, I loved Adam on the show, but I think people kind of go in with maybe more of a rooting interest. But he's besides Tony, he's really a standout on this season, to the point where when he goes home, he's confessionals ahead of other people, very many. I think 12 confessionals or something. And so many hilarious moments. He is going to go out there and play so hard, but it's going poorly from day one when he and Denise walk off. Then he gets blindsided on the blind side. Then I'm pretty sure he gets saved possibly by the swap, and then gets saved, I think, again by the merge, to the point where he's taking the podium idol off, and you're this is the natural culmination of what this game should be. And he was a huge highlight. All of his confessionals are good, and a lot of ties to his mom, his dad coming out and them speaking about what that meant to them. I think always so powerful to me. Every confessional in this whole season is pretty much good because these are great characters. But man, he has some great confessionals. He's just a star of the season. So yeah, absolutely. That's part of the fun and funny and chaos that he brought as well.
And if he could have got through another vote, I definitely think he could have ingratiated himself back into something. I mean, he was in a similarly bad spot at the start of the merge in Millennials versus Gen X. And then, he's the kind of player who gets progressively more dangerous because that he is willing to work with anybody and be able to find the different configurations and not just lock in with a specific group. So he is always the right person to get rid of at the start of a merge, because then he is going to become increasingly deadly as the game goes on.
Yeah.
Another player journey that we didn't really talk about, but I did want to touch on because I do really love it, is Kim. I think that coming in as the perfect winner, that's her thing. There's other bigger legends maybe. There's other people in contention for best player, but it's debatable. But she's the perfect winner. And she speaks about it well at the end, where she's like, I was so scared I was going to come out and not be perfect. And I wasn't, and it was fine.
Jeff says to her, Kim, you always do such a great job wrapping up your story. I
don't even care.
How often does she do this?
Yeah, I don't even care to give you a real question. Just say something here that we can edit in. No, and I love that. She's like, my kids will see that I basically gave it a go. And there's something I don't know, so empowering about that, where she was so scared basically of coming down in people's estimations. She absolutely didn't to me. It was a flawed game and Idol was played wrong. She was on the back foot really early. She's still freaking Kim Spradlin. She's still great. She's still one of the best. She did play the perfect game. And then she played a powerful, flawed, very cool game in Winners at War. And I love that journey because, again, it's powerful in the season itself, but it's more powerful for us as fans who understand the multi-year evolution. So that's just, you could pretty much go through every character, especially those that made it quite far, and be like, and this was their evolution. Yeah.
She really gets undone by Tony on the vote where Sophie gets voted out. It really feels like, especially when you watch the secret scenes, that there was something coming together potentially where Sophie and Kim had a relationship, and then Sarah also had a relationship with Kim, and maybe Denise was there also, where maybe there could have been the women coming together, which that, watching Jeremy's seasons, that's something that he's, very wary of, something Tony is very wary of too. I think that that's really a thing that bonds them together in terms of making that move against Sophie at the final 9. Yeah. In the game. But, Kim was close to being able to make a run at this thing.
And that's exactly sort of, I think, what Shannon and I were talking about earlier when it comes to the game itself being really interesting, even though it was a little bit confusing at times in how it was portrayed. There are so many of these, Sophie wasn't a great spot. Sophie could have ran that game. Kim, I think, was close to it. Like, there were so many people who could have and were close, and Tony kind of snatched it away from all of them, and he's the one that ended up taking it. But there were a lot of contenders, and it was a struggle. And it's really interesting to see a season where you know that every single one of these people is very capable.
Yeah. And just to speak to Sophie also, that I really think, like, up until the point that she goes out, I feel like that she is kind of the narrator of the season.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I think she gets a lot out of that, and we get a lot out of her as being a really smart winner that we know knows this game back to front, but hasn't really led something in her winning game. And for her to go out as the big bad, almost coach-like figure, the leader of this like cult or alliance that she had, and to be like a pillar, as we discussed at the time, between two groups, that's the win condition for me. That's, she's already won. She's great. She's a great player. Now she's a different type of player, and it's great. It's something to track in the evolution. And these types of things were really fascinating for me to analyze really early on. Even in like the Amber boot, we're like, okay, Tyson is saying he's never been in trouble this early. Kim has never been in trouble ever. And now we're witnessing how these two great players handle being on the bottom from the jump. And they do it in different ways. And there's like a bit of kind of letting go of maybe the power you've experienced a lot in your past careers. And that is really fascinating to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that they also, for as much as I found the, Tony stuff to be a little predictable at times, post this move, but I thought the way that they set up the Sophie move was really, really, like, they clearly based almost the entire season around that one move, because they built Sophie up intentionally as like right from the beginning in the edit as like, she is a narrator, she is a contender to win this thing, she is a big threat, and then they backed off just a bit right before. We hadn't heard from Sophie in a while. We still had the impression that she was dangerous, but we backed off a bit and we focused on Tony a little bit more, so that we cared more about Tony's journey than hers in that time, if you're, a neutral party. And then Tony takes her out, and he is the Queen Slayer at this point, the Queen Dragon Slayer, and that's when you feel like Tony has taken, like, Tony just came out of nowhere and sucker punched you if you hadn't been watching out for it, and he just took over the entire show. And the way that they set it up with how they edited Sophie and how they edited Tony, I thought was really well done, even though, from that point it does seem a bit obvious.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
While we're talking about editing of characters, I do have a con.
Yes.
I don't have a lot left of this. I mean, I have like...
I'm out.
You're out? Okay, that's cool. This is a fun little game. Wendell's edit, I think, is something that's been spoken about, because it is, I think, probably the laziest or like most shallow part of the edit, where we're saying it's created with love and thought and nods to the history and the culture. And this is just like, it's almost anti that, because it makes Wendell out to be someone the show hasn't portrayed him to be and who we know him to be. Like, we know him as Wendell, the social winner. Like, he was almost portrayed as social to Dom's extreme alpha, sometimes anti-social strategy. And now Wendell, I think for the benefit of like the funny X on the Beach TV stuff with Michelle, and to like try and like get some blood out of the stone of some relevant stuff, like him actually irritating his tribe mates with some of the challenge stuff, like some stuff that was there, but they just make it pretty one-dimensional. And I know it's something that has upset people, and I get that, because it is a letdown in terms of the editing of the season.
Yeah, I think that Wendell gets hosed the most from the edit overall in the season, where that, like Danny Boatwright had like an invisible edit, but, Wendell had like a negative edit, and that there was no negative edit for Wendell like in the first 5 episodes, but from the moment they go to the swap tribe, we start getting a ton of negative information about Wendell, where that he's not getting along with Parvati, and he's short with Michelle, and then to the point where then that he's now he's a trash talker in the challenges, and ultimately culminating in that he gets to the merge, and then he's looked at as somebody who nobody wants to to keep around, because he's going to bro down with Jeremy, and because of his relationship with Jeremy, that's why he's such a target, and he has to go. And so it's a very like unsatisfactory edit that Wendell gets. And like, I really like, I get that. I feel like that the show wants us to root for Michelle, but I feel like that they did it at the expense of burying Wendell.
Yeah, if they did the Sophie and Tony thing really well, and edited it for that episode to be great, they completely dropped the ball with the Wendell thing. I think what they were going for was that Wendell was the villain of the season, and that he was supposed to be built up as like this big villain contender at the merge, and then gets taken out. And like they've done that before, and it's landed before.
Yeah.
This did not land because
he's not Chris Noble.
Exactly. First of all, he's not really a villain. And then second, it didn't even seem connected. Like the villainous behavior was not really anywhere near why he was eliminated at the merge, because he wasn't a villain. Mm-hmm. And so it didn't feel like a villain's comeuppance, even if you did buy into the villain edit, because it just felt like, oh, well, he was close to Jeremy and then he got taken out. And so those stories felt very disconnected, and it kind of became, because at the time I remember feeling like this is building to something. This is leading to, he's going to make some sort of really villainous move. Like he's going to be the villain of the season or something. And then before it could even get there, he was gone. And I was like, so what was that for? Is he going to do so? Is he going to be a jerk at Extinction or something? Like, what is happening? No. But no, it never comes back. And it's just like, why did that even really exist? It really didn't have to.
And I really feel like just for like the stylistic choice to sort of like, paint Michelle as this woman scorned who was going to, get payback on Wendell, who, did her wrong in some way. That's not even in the show she votes with Wendell to vote out Yul. We get the whole montage with the music of okay, better be ready. She's coming for you. She votes with Wendell,
but she's not.
Vote out Yul, and then at the next vote, she's not part of the vote to take out Wendell.
Yeah.
She says, why didn't you tell me? I would have voted out Wendell. But like Wendell leaving the game has nothing to do with Michelle. Maybe perhaps that was part of the reason that people wanted to take out Wendell, was because, hey, did you know that he has history with Michelle? Like, oh, okay, well, that's another relationship that we have to watch out for. But Michelle wasn't any part of getting Wendell out of the game.
And it's also kind of insulting, I think, to Michelle that this is the best they could come up with to build her up as an end game character. That like we have basically nothing. We have like a couple of things with her and Jeremy in the original tribe, and then in the swap tribe we've got we can make her look spunky and she's sticking it to the man who's
give him someone to drool
Wendell.
Over.
And then. Because they needed to build her, because she's one of the big characters at the end of the game. But like, surely they could have done so. Like, there's a lot more that you can do here. And I think they dropped the ball when it comes to, in my opinion, the Michelle edit. At least at this portion of the season, I think that the overarching story with Michelle, where it begins with I have something to prove and it ends with I have something to prove and I have proven it. Like that's great, but they get completely lost in the middle with this Wendell stuff that's not anywhere relevant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think they get distracted a little bit by the fact that like the X on the Beach stuff is like a funny and fun reality TV storyline. And there's enough there that I think it could have been more genuine. Like, I think it was more complex than they wanted it to be. They just wanted it to be this kind of like bickering exes thing. And they were also working together. Like, they couldn't really show, I guess, those complexities. So they made it like it's reduced one-dimensional self. And Wendell gets caught up in that in ways where he just becomes like the mean ex-boyfriend. And, it's just a shallow edit. And it's really incongruent to me to the rest of the way that the editing approaches the history of the show. Like, this is an edit that assumes you have an assumed knowledge, that Ben is going to say, I got my you right, Jeff, and you understand what that little moment means, versus Wendell, who is, being raked over the coals for calling Jeff in a challenge because he's showboating. Now, we as fans know that Wendell's doing that because he's insecure, because he lost a challenge for not calling Jeff quick enough. And this is why, to me, the edit didn't hugely hurt the season for me because, again, as I'm saying, some of my experience was beyond the content. So while I can see that this is a lazy edit and this is like a low light of the edit, for me, my content is I know that Wendell is a good player, a social player, a nice guy, and I know, like, I have understanding and context for some of the things that he's doing based on the previous season. So they almost are undercut by their own history and edit, which is not something they're doing with pretty much anyone else, where they very lovingly evolve and touch on and give reference to that edit. This almost like washed over that with something that was more fabricated. And to me, it undercut itself. So like from my experience, I was fine. But yeah, they dropped the ball in terms of this edit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And at the merge, when Wendell gets there, his relationship with Jeremy is highlighted. And I know that this is something that a lot of people who wanted to rate the season lower point to, about how it feels like bias plays a role here. And again, we're not in the heads of any of the players, like that we don't see anything like on the screen of any players saying anything like that. But I do feel like that while Jeremy seems well liked from the other players, it does feel like, especially with Natalie being targeted early, it's like, okay, we're not going to let Jeremy have too much power in this game by having any of his people around, any of his allies in the game. So when it comes down to it, all right, Natalie has to go. We can't let Jeremy and Wendell be in the game at the same time, because that's going to be too much power for Jeremy. And so Wendell has to go when there are like many other viable options to go out there. When we're talking about Wendell, it's gonna be a bro down. It's gonna be too many guys. But Wendell is the person. When Jeremy's like, well, what about Nick? What about how about Nick could go? And Jeremy is crestfallen when they tell him that it's going to be Wendell. I think that Jeremy doesn't want to blow up his game and go off, but you could see how upset he is when that happens.
Yeah, I mean, I still gave Jeremy 2 chili points that episode, according to my notes, because I thought that he acquiesced well. But definitely there's like a threat level around Jeremy that has persisted since San Juan del Sur, that it's hard. He's trying to do the mutual thing, and they're onto that. They're onto the way he uses relationships. They're onto the fact that in Cambodia, like, it feels like Tasha was playing to him. Like, this is the kind of hold he has over people. And I think for someone like Sophie, who's a fan of the game, that's really threatening in a game of threats. Jeremy is one of the most threatening. Like, he is, up there. So I do think a lot was done to weaken Jeremy, his extremely close relationships. And there's probably something we can say about maybe he didn't hide some of them well enough, or, couldn't conceal his threat level. And some of that was probably beyond his control. But yeah, there's some like murky stuff with the editing there. But by and large, I enjoyed it. But definitely some things to improve.
And from the Sophie perspective, that she's working with Wendell from the First Tribe, and then they're part of the group that votes out Yule and keeps Michelle, which doesn't look great to Sophie. And so I think that that's also part of the reasons why Sophie wants to target Wendell at the merge. But for everybody else that comes away looking having a satisfying edit and like conclusion to their journey, that I feel like that Wendell
needs to play again.
Yeah, I think Wendell needs to play again. The question is does Wendell want to play again? I think he does, but we'll see.
Well, he's like got his he's been finding some success, right? Didn't he get his own show?
Yeah, he's been doing stuff on I believe HGTV that he's been working on different projects. And of course, he's very successful with Beav Unlimited. So, I mean, I think Wendell loves Survivor. That I think that he would like another opportunity, but maybe he doesn't.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't need it. I mean, I think like in the rewatch, that Yule vote was just like so pivotal to me, just knowing what ends up happening and just feeling like, wow, if they'd made a different decision and taken out someone like Michelle, like Nick, Wendell, Sophie, Sarah are like running the game, and Sophie's not voting out Wendell, like they're the main faction. So I feel like they kind of cut themselves off at the knees, and it ended up being really strategically relevant. So yeah, that was a key one. Are you out of pros and cons, Rob? Or do you have more?
Let me see if there's any other ones that we touched on earlier. Rob and Parvati working together. Shannon highlighted it early on as a pro, but that when in the first episode, going into the first vote, where Rob and Parvati talk to each other and just say like, are they too stupid just to vote for us? And like, I don't know what's going on. That's really fun. And they enjoy like a good relationship the whole way through, like even to like their time on the edge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I enjoyed that. I have a silly pro and a silly con, and then like a actual relevant pro that I'd like to end on. But my silly con, the song. It's dumb. And every time it came up, it shocked me. Like I was like laughing out loud when it was in the show. It's very funny and very silly. But like it obviously, but like now it kind of maybe is a pro because we have fun with it and it's iconic and it gives us something to laugh about. Like, is that a good thing?
Okay.
I liked the song.
Yeah.
I liked it. I liked the change of pace. It felt very like Peaky Blinders to me, where like I felt like all of a sudden we're getting this like modern sounding music over something that I typically am used to hearing like the Survivor music over, which I thought was really fun. The full song, Hungry for More. No, but you better get ready. That I liked that. It added like this weird sort of interesting element to it that I actually did enjoy, and it actually I thought was used pretty well a couple of times.
Okay. No, I mean I agree. I'm actually like a year and a half on. It's like we talked a lot about this song, didn't we? That's how it feels. My silly pro, not really silly, but like just want to mention, I like the coin. I like the coin.
50-50 coin.
I like the 50-50 coin. It is having some of the strategy around it that we spoke about is already kind of permeating into international franchises. I do believe it was unintentional, but I think there's like a really fun gameplay element to it. I'd see it again. Like I want people to innovate on it, and it didn't break the game, and it's just an idol that's less powerful. Don't we like that? So I'm into the coin.
Okay.
And I have a coin.
Right.
So,
and then you have
one more. Something that I do want to end on, and that is like the positivity of the season. And yes, it is like tied up in the celebration of legacy, but there was something so affirmative about it where, Wendell aside, as we spoke about, but people left and they would say in their final words, like, I got what I needed out of the game, where win conditions were satisfied, and where it ends up on a final tribal council where the final three are being applauded, and there are the three kind of, as it's been spoken about, like the three best games of different play styles, loosely translated to outwit, outplay, outlast, played to their extremes. Nat being outplay to its extreme. I mean, she doesn't make it through a vote while vulnerable in the entire season, but she dominates Edge of Extinction more than anyone can. She is light years ahead in that final challenge of how many fire tokens she got. Michelle becoming the personification of like scrappy social underdog, the only returnee who's never been voted out or medevaced. And Tony playing like one of the best outwit, probably like across the whole three, but like really one of the best strategic games of all time. And I think the jury really drives home the positivity that like, you're all winners. You literally are all winners, but also it feels like you are. And it felt like everyone kind of won in some way, got something out of the experience. The mass retirements at the end, there's like a really beautiful, poignant to me farewell, and it's all just like in this really positive light that I think when you end the season you just kind of feel pretty happy. I did. So I think that that's like a really kind of nice tone of the season when there are other seasons that are obviously like more toxic and stuff like this. There was like a lot of positivity kind of shining through.
Yeah, I think that we've talked about how it is a celebration. Going back to the toast in the beginning of the season,
to Survivor, because a drink before war is always a good idea.
Yeah. Jeff also says in the toast, like, hey, no matter what anybody says, like, you all belong here, which I think is also like baked into part of that. So yeah, I think that is definitely an important part of the season, where it's not just a celebration of the players, but I think also like 40 seasons and 20 years of the show.
Yeah, I love this. I feel like, drama has its own place. People love drama on these shows. It's never always my favorite, or it's never always. It's not always my favorite part of it. But even so, I think that this season, not having a ton of drama, there was still drama in the season, but it felt relevant. It didn't feel mean spirited, and just the fact that they were so like, it didn't seem like people were particularly bitter about the loss that they experienced. The egos seemed to be relatively in check, given that they were all, these big legends of the show, and they were seemingly so supportive. And I know there was some drama that happened on Extinction that wasn't part of the season, but I appreciate that was actually left out of the show, because I did like the overall celebratory tone of what happened out there, and it felt right, and it felt nice, and I liked that for the most part, things were very very positive and supportive, and that vibe carried really well, and even on the rewatch, I was like, it just felt good.
Yeah. I mean, I would have liked Michelle to get votes. I think that's, to me, that would have like kind of consolidated that like fully affirmative thing where like you're all winners in your own way. But other than that, I feel like there was very much like a self-pride kind of about it, about people having ownership over the very specific games that they had played that were different, but also great. And just, I remember like at the time just feeling so just good about the fact that like, we've got the social player, we've got the strategic player, we've got the physical player, we've got the personification, the extremes of those games, which you would assume to have for all winners. We have them at their best with like literally historical facts, like the fact of Michelle not being voted out, like the ridiculous amount of tokens that Nat had, like the fact that we might come and say Tony's game is like one of the best games, if not the best game of all time. It is not just the personification, it's to its extremes. And it just felt like such a worthy way to end the season on, just personifying almost like the three values of the show in a really positive way.
Okay.
That's why I wanted to end on that, because they do as well. Yeah. On the personifying.
It's been a celebration of the season here on the number 7 season of all time.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
a little disappointed we didn't use the celebration more to incorporate the tribe name.
In hindsight.
Well, it's hard to do behind the closed doors Sally's when there are no doors. That's a Big Brother Canada reference.
I got it. No, I didn't. I don't know what's going on.
All right. Let's take some questions from the listeners. You guys doing okay?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
What are we at? I don't even know. It's barely been a second.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. How about this? From Robert Charles wants to know, who would win a Winners at War season if the cast was made out of the remaining 18 winners not originally cast for season 40?
Earl.
Yeah, good pick. That is a really good pick. I mean, I'm kind of struggling to think. I mean, does Chris Underwood not come back in that version from Edge of Extinction and beat Earl's best ever game? Because, I'm a pessimist. So maybe I'll say that.
Chris Underwood. There you go. Earl and Chris Underwood.
Okay. Let's see. On a similar note, Kellen W., if this was a supersized season with all 38 winners playing, who would win?
Imagine.
Is it Chris Underwood still?
He's unstoppable.
As long as he's there and there's the edge, that's it. I mean, I don't know. I think it's ridiculous that Tony won with 20 people, so I'd probably now put my fire token on him for 38. Because how could this happen? I believe in the impossible, is what.
Yeah, it almost seems silly to not choose Tony, given that he's proven he can beat 19 other winners, and no other winner has proven they could beat 19 other winners. So the evidence is there.
Yeah. Okay. Let's talk about this. Is something that we didn't really get into tonight. Shad Sanderson wants to know, why was Natalie not willing to give up the immunity necklace to Sarah or Michelle and take on Tony in the fire making challenge like Chris did? Do we want to say anything about that particular part of the season, looking back a year and change after it's over?
And I feel like that was a topic of discussion at the time,
Yeah, like
right?
I definitely spoke about it in the finale podcast.
Like, I mean, do we still? Because I think a lot of people looked at it as a mistake. That you know, she needed to take. Obviously, she needed to take that risk. She doesn't end up with votes. Even if she had taken that risk, would it have worked? Would she have won? I think that that's potentially up for debate. But do we still think it's a mistake? I kind of do.
Yeah.
I mean, following the great Chris Underwood's footsteps here.
Like I was reading my old notes and it was very much like you come back from the edge and you either go one or two ways about it. Like you go, I shouldn't even be here. Like I'm on borrowed time. I'm just going to take every risk in the book to play the biggest game to win.
House money.
Yeah. With house money. That's like my Russell Hantz when I think about him in Heroes versus Villains.
I got house money.
Yeah. Or you're like, oh my God, I'm so lucky to be here. I'll never give it up. Let me like cling to any bit of safety that I have. And at the time, I definitely felt like she was way too conservative. She needed to take way bigger swings to win from the position of the edge. Things like playing her idol for Michelle at the final 5 as an example. And yes, like going to fire. Like she needed to, for such a short amount of time, she needed to like come in and earn it. And I definitely on the rewatch was struck by being like, oh, I forgot that Nat was so conservative here. Painfully so.
Yeah, especially because, again, given sort of what we have learned about Extinction and Natalie's relationship with some of the jury members, she should have had a pretty good idea that she might not have the votes unless she really impresses them.
Swung for the fences.
Yeah, this wasn't a situation where she was like, well, I've spent my time on Extinction very well, and I have bonded with all of these people, and they will all vote for me. Like, that wasn't really the case.
Yeah.
Do you feel like that Extinction in some way changed Natalie, where she was like more aggressive and more of like a riverboat gambler down the stretch of San Juan del Sur? Do you think that experience of being voted out first and then spending 33 some odd days like on the edge of extinction made her more passive? Or I shouldn't say passive, but more reluctant to
more conservative and I mean, I don't think it's the edge. I think it's being voted out first. I think it's that fear of a winner who's never been voted out, who's only heard about it from her sister, of what that's like to be voted out first. And I think she was probably pretty freaking terrified and had a little bit of trauma from that. And she spoke about like how the edge kind of helped her reconcile what she had gone through and the trauma of that. But then coming back, she probably wasn't really as ready to be voted out again. Because it had been such a hard pill to swallow. And I think that definitely would have affected her. It's a tough thing to get voted out first when you're a winner.
Okay. Here's a question from me. Okay.
Why are we here?
Me, you, or me?
Rob,
or me?
Cesternino, I sent this question.
Oh, wow. We're getting our own questions now?
What do you think would have been cut from the finale to make room for a reunion show?
They would have cut the montage because they would have been able to. That was there for a lack of reunion show of them. Yeah, and maybe they take out some of those in-game retirements and put it more on the reunion bench.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I wonder if they knew they didn't have a reunion, are they like putting the Edge of Extinction challenge at the end of the previous episode, taking out that like weird but kind of funny season retrospective in the penultimate episode? You could put the challenge there, move it all down. That's something I would consider.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's something that I did. I wish that they had done the. I still wish that they had done the. I mean, it's less impactful when you're binging it because you can just start. But I do think that waiting for that challenge was a mistake. I think that they should have done it at the end of the previous episode.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Amber's confessional is really beautiful, but like all of them getting ready is kind of meh. And then you're like, you had time for this, but not to show Nat and Jeremy reuniting on the edge. It's kind of irritated me. That
2-hour episode before the finale is kind of a mess.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot. I mean, I didn't remember it was a double, and I'm like, okay, as long as I watch this many episodes, I'll be okay. And then it's like, on next week's double episode, I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
So much more work. The timing is all over the place in that episode.
Yeah, that was wild. Okay. How about do you think Survivor needs to do away with the swap to 3 tribes on an all-star season? I mean, I don't love it really on any of the seasons. I feel like it makes it harder to tell the story. Here, we swapped to 3 tribes, and yes, we got the Queen Slayer moment, but we lost Boston Rob, Parvati, Sandra,
Yule.
and
Yule.
Yule. Yeah, I mean,
Painful.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Pretty restrictive, I guess.
the list goes on, Rob. There are a lot of really great players that we have lost to the 3-tribe format. And I think that I agree. I think that with all-star seasons, the 3-tribe format, you might lose some people you don't want to. So I'm with you.
Yeah. I mean, if the big players need room to maneuver, like they need shields, they need space, they need to be able to hide out a little bit, and it's just really, really tough in these like 4 or 5 person tribes. So, I mean, like they've done other much bigger game-breaking things to try to protect their heroes and all-stars, things like fire, for example. Like this seems like a pretty easy one to get rid of to protect them and still give them like agency in the game without breaking the game in any way. So yeah, like if that's something they're concerned about, which they are, they probably shouldn't do it anymore.
And it's also not a very satisfying way to lose these people.
No.
Like if somebody had broken Boston Rob's hold on the original tribe and voted him out, like that would have been great. But him swapping onto a tribe where he was drawing dead, in part because of whatever, but the fact that he was drawing dead immediately is like, oh well, he's just getting picked up. Like that's not as fun. The fact that Yule gets picked off because Wendell and Michelle had a connection, like that's not very fun. Parvati just ends up getting unceremoniously picked off. We got the fun thing from Denise, but that's a pretty unique case there. And it had nothing to do with, or it had very little to do with the swapped tribe format, and more to do with just those people in that moment. But it's usually not even a very like fun and satisfying way to lose big characters. It's just kind of like, okay.
Yeah, no, I'd agree.
I feel like we haven't talked enough about Sarah tonight, aka Lucina, in this podcast. A couple of Lucina questions. Wyatt C wants to know who wins if Lucina beats Tony in the fire making. Okay, so then that puts Sarah, Michelle, and Natalie in the final 3. Do either of you have a strong take on what happens there?
2020 me had a strong take. Can I see what she thought? I remember that.
That's immediately what I went to too. 2020 Shannon and me.
Well, I mean, I remember at the time that I like went through like every jury. I remember I like stayed up really late to go to like all of these jury questions. Okay, let's command F my 3,000 word notes from the.
So I think it's pretty close. So just off the top of my head, I know that Boston Rob did not have love for Sarah. Of course, Sarah is part of the group that takes him out of the, or she works with Sophie, and then they freeze him out of the game. And so I feel like that Rob would end up going back to vote for Natalie, even though that there was some beef with Natalie. And I feel like that Rob and Amber are a block. So I think at the very least, we shift the Rob and Amber votes to Natalie from Tony votes.
Well, Rob says like he would have voted for Natalie as long as she just took out Tony. So if she could accomplish that in any way, whether like beating him in fire or like sending the right person to fire, I think that makes her game more impressive to many on the edge, as well as obviously taking out the jury threat that is Tony. So it achieves both things, where like she takes out the Devon's equivalent and isn't also sitting next to the Devon's equivalent. It's like it's both things would help her game.
Yeah, I believe that what I got from the post-season interviews, this is by memory, I'm trying to look at some of my notes here. I am seeing that a few people did mention, Denise said she would have voted for Sarah if she had been there instead of Tony.
Yeah.
And Ethan said that it probably would have been close, but he thinks that Sarah might have won. Not really explaining who he would have voted for, but that he thinks Sarah probably would have won.
I mean, he voted for Natalie over Tony, so I think he
right
stuck with
so
Natalie.
He probably would have stayed. So it's probably more meaningful that he thinks that Sarah could have won there. So I think that I think it would have been close. I think it would have been a tight race. It might have come down to the answers that they gave in the final tribal. Just based on the general impressions that I got, but I definitely remember feeling like Sarah definitely would have had a very good chance to win it.
This is what 2020 me said. Nat and Sarah seem to both think they would have beaten each other. My money is on Nat. I think it would have come down to whether they saw Sarah's in game as just as good as Nat's edge game, and I'm not so sure they would, because at the time a lot of the jury votes were like, Nat has played the best edge game, Tony has played the best game. What do I value more? And they valued his game more. And I think there could have been a lot of reasoning of Sarah's game wasn't as good as Nat played on the edge, even in these like apples to orange comparison. And yeah, I said Nat also would have had the added points of gaining her objective of taking out Tony. 2020 me is just 2021 me, but a year ago.
Also worth noting, though, of course, Tony then gets to be a part of the jury and gets to, and Tony being somebody that they respect a lot, gets to make the case for Sarah and explain all of the things that Sarah did. So, you know, it's interesting. I'm sure somewhere along here there's a somewhat, you know, there's an answer probably somewhere, but probably nothing definitive.
All right. This is a question from Giovanni. Where does Sarah rank among women players? Is she in the top 5?
I mean,
so many women players.
Like she probably is even like before the season up there, because Game Changers was such a impressive win. And I do think, you know, there are some lowlights in this season that she, you know, that like last episode where she's like, Tony, you know how much time I spend calming Tony down, and he's right. It's quite frustrating from a player perspective. But even so, like, you can tell her relationships and how much she's bonded with people in the season. Like, I think that she and Tony's relationships really worked well to conceal their threat level and have them be like indispensable to a bunch of people. So I mean, I don't know that I think the rankings are arbitrary and reductive. As such, I will not rank her, but I think she is a top tier female player.
So, okay, at the risk of getting myself in trouble, I'll say that I think
good luck.
Clear Mount Rushmore of women Survivor players, and I'm gonna say that give me Kim, Suri, Parvati, and Sandra. I think that's a clear top
that's true.
4.
Yeah.
And then I think that 5 is up for grabs. I think Sophie's in the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I think Sarah's winning game is probably more impressive.
I mean, I can tell you that in the Legacy Watch at the end of the season,
go back to 2020 takes months. Good job, past us doing the work.
Parvati, Sandra, Kim. Now, granted, this is only this season that I had these, but I did do a final one. I can probably pull that up. But they were the top 3 in the Legend tier. But Sarah was number 4 of this season in the Legacy Watch for the women.
I mean, Suri, who's never won.
Exactly, Suri needs to get in there.
Do you put her do you put her above Sarah? That's really what it comes down to. How much does a championship mean to you?
I mean, I put Suri above everyone. So
I also think that in the final 6, if Denise had an idol, Sarah would have been advantage getting out at the final 6. And that would have been funny to me. So I just wanted to put it out there. It would have been poetic.
Okay, let's do a couple more, and then we will get into the rest.
Yeah, sorry that I'm like running from the sun here as it like moves across the day.
No, that's look. This is we are have like communicating around the world.
What time is it for everyone? Let's tell them. It's 8 p.m. for me.
1 o'clock in the afternoon, as you can tell.
11 p.m.
Oh, okay. Well, see, Rob, this is why, like, I think this was a good way to do it. Like, I hope other people agree, but it's just because we had all done episodic analysis, you know.
That we did this format more in the early season, like especially when there was more bad than good, like in the bottom 10. We did this more, like maybe this is the way to go as we get into some of the as we're back into like the really well-known seasons.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what the feedback is like.
Yeah, I mean, I would like. I mean, maybe people think it's good or it didn't work or it would work particularly for this one, just because I was like. But the 3 of us specifically did like hundreds of hours on episodic analysis. And I pretty much agree with what I said then. Like that content is all available. And I just kind of wanted to, and especially because it was historic and the celebration of the franchise, I just kind of wanted to take a more bird's eye view before it proves on Tony about, what it meant and pros and cons. So I thought this was really fun.
I mean, luckily, if you are feeling like you missed out on like the play-by-play, there are 3 different versions of that per episode that you can listen to.
Listen to them all and go back. Yeah.
Okay. Mackenzie wants to know, who is most likely to become the third two-time winner of Survivor?
That's such a hard question. Wow. I could see a Sophie. I think she's got time. I think she's got the skills.
Yeah.
Such a tough one though. Like, I guess you have to like try and balance who's going to be playing more versus who actually then will win from there. I mean, they all have the capacity to win. They are winners. So yeah,
they got to come back again. I think Wendell has a decent.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah.
Again, he's got to want to come back. I do think he has something to prove. But I think that he's certainly young enough that that he could come back and play again and pull it off.
And we know that he excels in the modern game, obviously as a very modern winner. And I think it's a play style that's very natural to him, that is very social, that can be replicated. So I think that's a really good pick.
This might be sacrilege, but I'm honestly primarily going off of who do I think is most likely to want to play again and to be invited again. And that narrows it down a lot for me, but I think maybe Adam.
Yeah, I could see Adam too.
I just think that he was such a big character on this season. He's still fresh in the minds of, I think, the editors, the producers. I think they would ask him back. I think he would go back. And that alone, the fact that he's one of the few people I think that would come back as a winner, makes him much more likely to win than many of the others, in my opinion. And I think he is capable of winning. In a lot of different kinds of seasons, but especially if he's like one of those like Adam comes back and he's with some new players, like that'd be a pretty decent spot for him. So yeah.
And people won't see him coming as much as they should, because he's been a bit of the larger than life chaotic character.
Oh, you think this was like his Tony game changer season where it's like, Adam, that clown, he's trying to play idols at tribal council, and then he could like play it up like, I'll do it, I'm crazy, I'm the guy that plays idols at the podium,
I'm taking apart the furniture. Yeah.
Yeah. So that could be good. All right. Nolan Lance, last question. Is Tony's win here in Winners at War the best win of all time? I've been thinking this may be recency bias, but based on his past career in Survivor, the fact he never receives a vote at Tribal Council, is almost on the right side of the vote, pulls off incredible blindsides and recovers from them the next day, almost ties the 5 immunity wins, receives almost every single jury vote. I mean, it was like 12 to 4.
Like 4 to 80. Yeah.
I think that he deserves the spot at number 1 in the list. What do you think?
I mean, I think I said at the time that is what I thought. I thought he played the best US game that I'd ever seen. Before that, I might have said Tony's Cagayan game. I think that might be my two favorite winning games. I do think as well, all the things that were mentioned, but also against this cast, and also just how improbable it was and how dominant it was, and that it's against Edge of Extinction. Like, he was contending with a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, I think probably the biggest flaw for me is that he has to win Fire.
Only because of Edge. And the Edge is so much bigger than Fire. It destroys Fire.
Right, exactly.
Without the Edge, he is at the final 5 with a majority of Ben and Sarah. That's a winning game for him. And Denise, who's working with them, that they can take out if Michelle wins immunity. That's always been annoying to me as a criticism. He has to win Fire and stuff. He needed everything because the Edge is so difficult. We saw how no one could beat it in 38. It's taken down some really good players. And the fact that he even remotely can win against the Edge, even with, again, every trick in the bag, nothing, takes away from that for me.
Bag of tricks. I love your enthusiasm, Shannon. You got to it before I could rebut myself. Because I also think that when it comes to lost jury votes, that also probably comes down to Extinction. It probably gets a lot of those votes, if not all of them. If you cut off the people who went pre whatever the jury would have been, and then also if Natalie's not there and instead it's Ben or something, then that's another thing, right? So So, he might win unanimously without having to make fire, if not for Edge. Edge is a part of the game. He does have to account for it, and he did, and he managed to get through it. But yeah, I think it's definitely one of the most impressive wins. I do think his Kagain win was I can never say that properly. Was good
Much like
as
you
well.
can't say moment.
I could never say moment. But obviously there are other great wins. But I think what makes Tony very impressive to me, and very impressive in particular with this game, is how adaptable he is. Kim has the perfect run the game from jump, never in trouble. It's amazing. It's the Derek Levasseur of Big Brother kind of win. It's really good.
Do you know who that is?
Is that the one with Cody?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. Derek and Cody.
Yeah.
But Tony is more of the Dan Giesling, and Tony is the guy who faces a lot of adversity, finds himself in positions and gets out of them, and he is the guy who I know if something goes wrong, this guy's going to have a trick up his sleeve to figure it out. Not always going to be perfect. It didn't work out in Game Changers. But he is somebody that I think, if he doesn't go into the merge with a majority riding with him, he's going to figure out a way to make it happen, to get there. Whereas, I think Kim is certainly capable of that. I think other players that have done really well are certainly capable of that. But their games are a little bit more rigid in comparison to a game as chaotically fluid as Tony's is. And for that reason, I think that it is probably the most impressive win. Maybe not the most dominant in the strictest of terms, because Kim's was so dominant. Earl's was very dominant. But in terms of showing off his capabilities against incredibly difficult opponents, and incredibly difficult adversity, I think he has proven himself multiple times now to be very adaptable and very, very capable. And it's probably, to me, the most impressive winning game that we've seen.
Yeah, and I concur that he not only did what he did, but he also did it against the best competition that the show has ever put out there. So he beat the best field that not Surrey field, but they beat the best possible 19 opponents that they could be throwing at him, and also dominated. So.
And he didn't walk backwards into it either. He didn't find himself there.
He had a Tyler Perry idol like he had in his first win or anything. There's almost nothing you can point to that and say that's
and the jury voted for him. It wasn't a vote against anybody else. They wanted him to win. They respected him. Just on pretty much every angle, he had it covered.
I think the two things people say is that he had the perception that he created in Game Changers as this oath. And to that, I would say he lent on that, and credit to him. And also bad on everyone else, these ridiculously good players, for forgetting that he's still Kageyan Tony, who was a really forceful winner. And I think the other thing they would say is he had Sarah the same way they would say he had Trish to clean up some messes and kind of go through it as a duo. And to that, I would say if he did that twice so well in 2 seasons, to have this backup plan, someone he can turn on but still rely on, and someone that he can work with in that way to his gain and their own detriment, because they lose and he wins, that the fact that it's a common denominator now, he must be that common denominator, and it must be impressive because he does it twice, and it's not Sarah or Trish, it's him and Sarah and him and Trish, and the common denominator in that is him.
Yeah, and quite frankly, most of the players on this cast had more connections than Tony did coming into this season. Tony basically had Sarah. A lot of other people had at least
Sandra.
Yeah, I mean, given their history.
Yeah.
But a lot of the players had at least as solid a connection as he did with Sarah. Plus, they were more social outside of that. They had more connections outside of that. There were very few players like Yule was probably somebody that came in with very few connections in terms of people that he could play with. But a lot of people did have those connections. And his was also very obvious. You should have seen it. and nobody did anything about it. So I can't really fault him for having one connection on a season where everybody was connected. He had probably fewer than most.
And I also think like underratedly great Final Tribal Council. I really loved it. Like I think there's a really good self-awareness where he knows he's not like the lawyer who can stand up and give the pitch. So he relies on like the relationships that he has. He makes it quite individual. He's super funny. They're like eating out of the palm of his hands. Even like the little moves to say, Adam, you're gonna love this as a super fan. I made a spy shack. Like giving him that little nod, like, hey, like I'm innovating with you. Like we're having fun together. They obviously like came in wanting to like him. They were very impressed with his game, but I thought he played off that really well and was just like fun Tony rather than like needing to be like lawyer Tony, which is not.
The rain at the Final Tribal Council, I felt like was kind of a buzzkill. Like, put a roof over Tribal Council. Like, it doesn't add anything to have there be rain at Tribal Council.
At least over the jury, these poor people, they're out of the game. Why is poor sick Sophie there, like sitting in the rain?
It was like a miserable night. Like I think a bunch of them just wanted to get it over with. So that sort of took me out of it. All right. Who is, but we will continue answering more of your feedback questions in our Patreon feedback show on Monday. Be on the lookout for that in our Patreon podcast feed. All right. Who is the MVP of the season?
Tony.
By how much? What's the percentage?
Look, he's great. Freaking great. I mean, Adam's up there, I think, as well. Sophie is up there for me. Yule, we'll get to the pre-merge stuff, but like when he was there, my heart sung. So, but Tony.
All right.
Are we guessing the percentage of the audience that chose Tony?
Yeah.
I mean, it's got to be at least like 60%, right?
Tony, 72%. Michelle had 7%.
Michelle, yeah. Who was after Michelle?
6%. Those are the top three.
Who was after Michelle?
Tony, Michelle, Lucina.
Okay.
All right.
Adam robbed.
Which player would you most like to see come back and play again in a future season?
I mean, would I like to see, or do I like, Yule? But would I like? I mean, I think Nat, because I feel I got robbed of it as much as she came second. Like, yeah, I didn't really get to see her in the game. I would definitely like to see. We got robbed of her. She was meant to be in Game Changers, and then she's the first boot. As much as I'm so happy she came second and was rewarded for her efforts, I do feel like I've lost out on watching her play again. So absolutely, I would say Nat.
I want to see Sophie.
26% for Sophie, 16.5% for Michelle, 11% for Yule. Let me ask you about just some of the icons from the season. Will Tony ever play again?
Yeah.
You think so?
Yeah, I do. I think Tony, as Tony said, he's got kind of nothing going on. Other than, like I don't do fine dining, and I don't travel. Like, I think, if they're gonna do like in 20 more seasons, the next thing is the next landmark season. Like, he's coming in the Boston Rob equivalent to that.
Wow.
I don't think he's retired.
I'm gonna say no.
I'm going to say no, and I'm going to say we never see or hear from him ever again.
No. Really? Probably.
Yeah.
I will say this. If Adam wins a second time, that increases the chances of Tony playing again. If anybody wins another second time, that increases the chance of Tony playing again.
Okay. What name on this list made you pause and think to yourself, oh, wait, they were on this season?
Nick, I think, is going to be the answer.
Danny, because Nick makes it very far. Like,
it is Danny, 59%.
Sorry, Taran, that Guatemala bias.
Amber Mariano had 12.8%. Nick Wilson in the top three had 10.45%. What about it? Does Nick have an arc in the season?
The thing
other than walking
into
the camera shot.
Yeah. I mean, I enjoyed the Tyson. Like, there were like Nick moments I enjoyed. The Tyson kind of getting rid of your hero thing. Like, I've always looked up to him, and now I need to go against him. I thought was fun.
Yeah,
I also thought
Parvati.
Yeah, exactly.
And then he told her about it.
It's unfortunate for Nick.
Was it a middle school crush?
Yeah.
But like he comes in as that super fan avatar who can talk about players he's looked up to and had crushes on, but Adam is just so much that and better that it takes away the archetype he could have in this season. I enjoyed when he threw a vote in the Tyson vote. Because that's like the Nick Wilson kind of, that's what we remember of him as a winner, something like the minority split vote, kind of innovating in these numerical ways. So when he threw that vote, I was like, classic Nick Wilson. So that I thought was a good moment, but he doesn't have a ton more after that. Definitely his edit was probably also really lacking. But yeah, still got that out of his time on the show.
Okay. Who's the most underrated player of the season?
Such a tough one. Because a lot of them are rated.
Player of the season. That is a hard one. Is it gonna be? Is it Sarah?
It's probably gonna say. I don't think I would say that. I think I personally would say maybe like a Kim because I really enjoyed her game, but maybe Sarah. They'll say it.
It was a bit of a runaway, 41% to second and third place at 11.8 and 11.6. Michelle Fitzgerald.
That was, yeah.
41%.
See, I feel like Michelle gets a lot of.
Yeah, I think she gets rated.
Yeah, that's why I was like.
She should get rated, but
yeah,
I think there's two schools of
rated
thought
on this season.
No, I think some people underrate her.
I think the fact that she won by such a large margin proves that it was the incorrect answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's rated.
Yeah, because I mean, Michelle doesn't really like control. Like Michelle is like, has like tenacity and doesn't give up, and but does she like dictate a vote?
No,
it's not.
I think we talked at length about her game, and there also was kind of that school of thought around Michelle got too many votes and Michelle didn't get enough on this season, so like that is rating her.
Yeah, what does she have to do for you people?
Yeah,
she's like the Goldilocks of jury votes. Like when will it be just right for the fandom? I think she played a great game in her own way, and I think that it is rated. Who else did they say was underrated?
Sophie 11.8. Sarah Lucina 11.6. I think
like
Michelle had some good
Sophie.
reads and people didn't listen to her on things.
Yeah. I mean, it's an underdog game. It's a scrappy underdog game where she's doing cool, like creative, innovative things. And she's making, as she says, like get through the next day kind of thing without a ton of control. But again, she played that game to its extreme and I enjoyed watching it.
Okay. Kelly Wentworth Award for Best Pre-Merge Boot.
Yule.
It's Yule. 43%. For Yule, almost 44% for Yule, 19.4% for Sandra, and then 16.2% for Parvati. All right.
Parvati, yeah.
Out of the 40 seasons, where would you rank the winner? 1 being the worst winner, 40 being, or 1 being the best winner, 40 being the worst.
The best.
I mean, it's hard. It's hard to get, depending on how these are scored. It's hard to get one, but I feel like Tony will be the highest of anybody that's come before.
Yes. So I will say that Taran is correct. He comes in with an average of 4.81, making him the highest on our rankings, beating out Kim Spradlin with 5.88. And then Jeremy Collins, a big drop off to Jeremy Collins, who's in third with 10.41. So looks like that Tony and Kim had the best, like almost universal, like high praise, whereas everybody else has been double digits or higher. Nobody's higher than double digits, but between 10 and
triple digits.
35. Yeah.
They're the 150th best
Chris
winner.
Underwood is closest to triple digits. Okay. All right. Is the season too high, too right, or too high, just right, or too low?
I think people will say it was too high.
Yeah.
Or
I think
wait, which way do we mean this?
48% of the audience said the season is ranked too high. 35% said it was just right. 15% said it's too low. People like when I give my rewatchability rankings of where it was. For me, I like. We've covered a lot of ground tonight. Shannon and Taran have made some amazing arguments about what's great about the season. I'm just telling you for my own enjoyment, and maybe because there's not any nostalgia baked into this, I didn't like truly like enjoy the rewatch of this. Like I wasn't riveted like I had been for some of the other seasons along the way on the countdown. So again, for my personal enjoyment, I'd say it was the 10th best season I've watched in 2021. That puts it, I put it right behind San Juan del Sur and one above Guatemala. I'm sorry, Taran.
Oh, no, I think this season hurts more on a rewatch than other seasons might, because one, it's very recent. We just watched this. And two, a lot of the things that at least I talked about at the start of this podcast, they are a bit more muted the second time around. Like those things, they still exist. They're still good, but like experiencing the catharsis of like, this is the season finale of Survivor 20 years is like that impact doesn't hit as hard the second time as much as the, on a rewatch, the things you are looking for are those details that we've talked about. There are pros and cons too. I think that it's still a great season to watch. There are so many things that are really great about the season, but the things that really take it over the top for me, again, they still exist. They're still there, but not. They are not baked into the rewatch quite as much as some of the more concrete things where it isn't quite as high. So on a rewatch, it's not as good for me, though still very good. But as a season, in terms of where it stands in my mind, it's one of the best.
Yeah, I mean, I think to counter that, like, again, it's so subjective just based on the personal experience of the season. But for my rewatch, like, I really did just want to rush through it. And it just hit me so hard. And I was like, oh, I'm loving this. And I'm like immersed in it in a way that I don't really have time to be. Like, I don't have time to take an hour off after the loved one's visit because it was like too emotional for me. But like, I had to do that. I don't have time to cry through the finale. Like, I really need to get this done. But, to like laugh and like want to go back and see some of Tony's funny lines, or like, I felt that I was more impacted by it on a second watch than I would be, that I was still getting chills by the interaction. And I was like, wow, how amazing that it can still have this effect on me, even in a rewatch. So that was my experience of it. I really enjoyed the rewatch. But again, your mileage may vary on these like very subjective personal things. And for me, like, it is nostalgic, even though it's nostalgic to last year, because last year was such a specific time. But I'm a very nostalgic person. So I kind of, was thinking about it.
I'll say this. I think that this season will hit much harder if it's at the end of a 40 season rewatch. You know what I mean? Like,
yes.
I think that if you've watched, because that's what happens to me. Like, if I just went and watched All Stars and then, watched the whole thing, it'd be like, okay. But if I watched seasons, 1 through 7 and then All Stars, I'm like, like this hits a lot harder. And so I think that you'll get some of that back even on a rewatch if you've built up to it a little more, because I think it requires that build up a little bit.
Okay.
For me.
Yeah, I haven't even watched Tony's first winning season on this rewatch.
You got a lot of these players to come.
Yep. So yeah, we still have both of Sandra's winning seasons, Parvati's winning season, so Nick Wilson's winning season. So a few more to go. But Tuesday night, we will then talk about Nick Wilson's winning season on Nick Wilson Week here with Jason Reed and Chappelle coming up on Tuesday night when we talk about Survivor David versus Goliath. And so that is where the countdown will go next for the number 6 best season. And then we will resume at 1 a week for the home stretch. Top 5 baby coming up starting next week on the podcast. Shannon, let me start with you. You have so much going on in the world of international Survivor. What's the latest?
I mean, so many things. We might have one of the players we've spoken about, hopefully, on the Survivor South Africa recap soon. I don't want to say too much in case I think you could probably guess which winner. It would be pretty easy. So hopefully that comes through.
Is it one that might try to reenact something they've seen on Survivor South Africa?
It's Tony. No. Yeah. Tony's going to talk about
Survivor South Africa. Of the Survivor Winners at War cast, I think that there is one person that knows Survivor South Africa exists.
I think Nick Wilson does.
Nick Wilson probably also, yeah.
Yeah. But no, you're right. It's not a high bar. But thank you, Adam, for bringing Survivor South Africa into Winners at War. I felt so seen in that moment. But no, we've got Survivor South Africa happening every week. I'm going to talk about it tonight with Mike and Jacques from Survivor South Africa. We've got that happening weekly. We put out some exit interviews already. Last week we spoke to my brother, Jason Gates. There he is. Doing a lot with that Australian Survivor. Last week I spoke to Harry Hills. This week I will speak to another winner. I will speak to David Jennett this week on the Australian Survivor recap. Yes.
Yes.
So a lot going on with winners.
Have you talked about who had the better win in 2020?
We did a lot because it was also like a really impressive SA win recently before that. And a lot of the international fan community were like, did we just watch the 3 best games of all time in the span of like 6 months? So it's something we spoke about. I think I more highly rated Tony slightly. Don't tell David when I speak to him this week, but a lot going on. Exits, recaps, everything is happening. Become a patron, get all the content for sure.
Yes. Okay. Of course, follow at Shannon Gates. Taran, John had wanted to know from you who played the better game in 2020, Tony or Cody?
I think you got to give it to Tony again. But Cody was good. Cody did very, very well. But yeah, Tony, arguably greatest game of all time. Cody's still probably trailing the Dan Gieslings of the world. Got to go with Tony. But hey, you can find me where I'll discuss all of those kinds of things on Twitch, twitch.tv/Taran Armstrong. And I'll also, play some games on there. I'm going to be playing Among Us on Sundays again. And I also watch Big Brother episodes live with the audience to react to them live. And then you can find me on Twitter at Armstrong Taran.
Okay, let me tell you about what else is coming up here on Rob Has a Podcast. If you missed it, Tuesday night, we had a fun time talking about Survivor, the Amazon, with Frail Mary Krakowski, and Maggie Morgan, talking all about the 8th best season of Survivor. No representative of the Amazon on Winners at War. Sunday night, we'll be back talking some Big Brother as Asia Welch and Kelsey Rasmondi are going to join Taran and I to talk about the weekend in Big Brother coming up on Sunday night. Be on the lookout for that. Hope you can join us. Of course, we will then kick off another week of patron exclusive shows with the Slop on Monday night. Puya will join me. We'll be talking about everything that went on with the Big Brother boxing. Shannon, I'm telling you, let's get this Survivor US versus Australian Survivor boxing event going on.
Yeah, most Australian survivors are like athletes. There's an MMA fighter on this season. I don't know if you guys want to go against us.
I'm not fighting anybody brawny.
Yeah, no, but also like
brain for me to box.
Some of those brains are pretty brawny themselves. But look, Survivor is Big Brother's the one that had the like mass boxing event, and I think that speaks to like no offense, Taran, but like the level of class maybe of these two shows.
George,
Big Brother boxing was amazing.
All right, just face me in the ring. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then 4 patron shows a week, okay, including our patron feedback show here for Survivor. And then not to mention Taran and I take calls from the patrons about Big Brother, talking about just strategy on Fridays, Patron 5 for 5, and more at robbinswebsite.com/patron. Of course, you can hear about all of the offers from our sponsors at robbinswebsite.com/offers. Make sure you subscribe if you're watching us on YouTube, and hit that bell to be notified when Taran goes live with a live feed update, or we do our recaps after all the Big Brother episodes, or Survivor Know-It-Alls this fall. And of course, be sure to follow us on social media at Rob as a Podcast or at RHAPgrams on Instagram. This was so incredible. I think this was one of the best ones that we've done. That you two are so knowledgeable. This was such a treat for me to get you both on here to lend all of your knowledge about this season here with us. I think that the listeners are going to really enjoy this one.
Thank you. That's very kind.
Yeah.
I know that it comes in controversial. I hope that we got to be, give voice to that, and also again, like respect that, everyone's personal opinion in that, and that might be their experience of it, and hopefully come in with like our own really positive feelings about it, and just make it a good thing like the season often did. I hope I don't get ads. I hope I don't get hate for, and I do love the season. I love my experience of covering it for Survivor Global, the voicemails, getting to do a podcast with my brother about it. It just has such a special place in my heart. And now like this podcast adds to that. So that's fun.
Yes. And this is 4 hours flew by, and not just because I'm used to doing 5 and 6 hour podcasts on these things. This is really, like I said, maybe let's take a break at like 2 hours. We didn't even need it.
Yeah, I forgot we were going to do that until like until like I was like, oh yeah, we were going to take a break. Yeah. For me, again, all comes down to what I said at the beginning. Like this season was what the child me always fantasized about. Like in my head about like, man, what if you took like all, like, it's like, I mean, imagine like for sports fans out there, like all of your favorite historical players getting to play in the same game. Exactly. It is truly an island of dreams and extinction. Just that alone, just so great.
Okay. Well, thank you both for joining us for this one. Thanks, Scott, behind the scenes, for all of the stuff that's coming up. We'll be back to talk about David versus Goliath this Tuesday. Hope you can join us then. Take care, everybody. Have a good one.